that De Vries is able to keep behind, keep in the draft as well, it's gonna be a good lap for De Vries, because most definitely he is not as fast and he has a lighter car as well with worse tires. So
yeah, but it isn't that big though. It's 4 laps that much of a difference?
I'm not sure. I think didn't Van der Waal also switch tires completely? I'm pretty sure they took a full service there. So Lucas De Vries should be on much older rear tires.
Judging by the laps here, I wasn't easy. Sorry, I had to mute the mic a little bit. Their gap in the pit lane stall, whenever they pitted, was 55.6 for De Vries, and Kostowicz was 56.1 seconds in the pit lane. So 1 second doesn't make up a tire. I think it could be in terms of aggressiveness, in terms of getting in the car into the pit stall and getting away from the pit stall. As talking about Kostowicz, he's managing to break away a little bit from De Vries. Gap is opening up to about 1.5 seconds, but I think he got trouble from the iRacing BR green car. So Victor Zetoun had a little bit of a moment right there with both cars, and that only brings De Vries a little bit closer and closer.
Yeah, I was trying to figure something out. I wasn't able to anyway. So I'm just gonna say this: every lap that De Vries is able to keep behind at number 3 is a good lap for De Vries, because that means he has a little bit of a pulling horse where he has his lasso around to pull him around the track, give him draft, save a little bit of fuel, maybe even save a little bit of tire, and he doesn't have to make as aggressive maneuvers on the lapping cars, because he still have a little bit of an opening that the number 3 created from the passings. Also, this might be a little bit of a bad situation for De Vries, but I think he's able to clear it in time for Mobile 1. Yes, indeed. So no time lost there for De Vries. And the good thing is, De Vries, he is the slower driver. He's able to keep behind and keep pace with the number 3. That's a good thing, because that means that the Riley team, we're not allowed to forget about the Riley Sim Racing team here in this context. They are also fighting virtually right now for this 3rd place, because as long as these guys keep fighting or keep getting held up, the Riley Sim Racing car has a very good chance of jumping these guys on the last couple of pit stops, because of how much fuel they are able to save on these 2 teams.
38 laps for Soren Koloje. So we were looking at the Lambo cars. They've basically been going about 35, 36 laps. So gaining 2 laps per stint, it's huge, right? You basically cut about 4 or 5 seconds in the pit lane whenever you come down into your final pit stops. And they making this over an hour. I think they've been going over an hour and 1 hour 5 minutes ish, roughly in their stint, if I saw that correctly. So going over that, every minute that you can get in your stint and still be effective in it, it will bring you an advantage coming closer to the final 2 hours, maybe hour and a half of this race.
Actually want to compare a little bit here the lap times right now. Riley Sim Racing last lap a 40.028. We have, where are they? SimRC a 39.2, and Spencer Kostowicz with a 39.5. So actually SimRC was 3 times faster last lap, so that really speaks boatloads of how they're able to benefit not only from the draft but also from the openings that the number 3 is cutting open for them. So yes, they're losing a lot of time, but as we said multiple times already, that Riley car saving so much fuel that every single time that the SimRC and Van der Waal cars are coming out of pit lane, they are pretty much always behind the Riley car.
Yeah, and again, every single stint that you do, and again, it sounds like repetition, right? Saving those seconds, it can plays out, the effect of the mind. How can we save fuel? How can we be effective towards the other car in terms of fuel? I don't know if there is much of an answer outside than lifting and coasting, but other than that, the job the BMWs have been doing, even the Ronin SimSport is a perfect example of that. As you guys now seen this battle in the field between John Ronin, John Viney, and Jens Homan once again. It clearly shows that the BMW has been the car to go in terms of fuel, even though you might lose a little bit of pace relatively in terms of top speed and acceleration compared to the Lambo.
Yeah, and I mean, if you don't know the BOP between the Lambo and the BMW is a car that excels in medium speed corners. The speed that car can carry through is unmatched. However, the Lamborghini is just able to be so much quicker out of slow corners because of how much torque the BMW has. It has so much torque out of slow corners that it actually can't handle even because of its very light rear. Yes, it has a massive rear wing, but it needs that to have at least some kind of pressure onto the rear tires out of slow corners, because obviously with the front engine car and a very long wheelbase and a very long rear that hangs out over the rear tires, there's just no weight whatsoever present on that rear wheel, so it needs that rear wing placed quite perfectly there, a little bit behind the rear wheels, to have at least a little bit of pressure onto the track for those wheels to do something. And that's also one thing that the BMW struggles a little bit, because tire wear, Lorenzo, plays a very big part in no matter what endurance race you're entering.
And no matter what, it's no wonder why the BMW was the best car in Watkins Glen. We saw the BMW dominance in Watkins Glen. I think top 3 was BMWs. I think even top 5 was actually BMWs. Or you might be able to correct me. It was either top 3 full BMWs or top 5 were full BMWs, because there was a Porsche that was competitive against those BMWs, but I don't know how that actually panned out. But still, the BMW at Watkins was the better car. Here, the Lambo is the better car because it can carry more speed in the lower speed cars.
Yeah, I think it was actually that Porsche finished 3rd place, so it was 4 BMWs and 1 Porsche inside the top 5 in Watkins Glen, if I remember correctly, in the GT3 field. So still very competitive, nonetheless, that Porsche, especially for how little preparation time those guys had for a Watkins Glen race. So really kudos to any Porsche that entered the Watkins Glen 6 hours and made that car work. Yeah, it just throws a little bit of a question around, like, yes, we have the Lamborghini, yes, we have the Porsche, the BMW in this race, but there's one more car in this GT3 class, and that's a little bit sad to see that we don't see a single Ferrari 480 GT3 in today's race. Same thing, by the way, also in the GT4 class, where we do not see the BMW M4 in that class at all. We only have McLaren's 570S and the Porsche 718. So also there a car that isn't being used. With the BMW M4, it is pretty much the same characteristics as the GT3 car, just with a little bit less downforce, but still extremely stable and extremely fast through medium speed corners. Focusing on this battle though now between the Lamborghini and the BMW M4, I think that is actually a battle on the track. Yes, it is. For 8th place, John Vining, Ronin SimSport against Jens Homan, T3 Esports, the Lamborghini. As they continue quite nicely to defend away from the BMW, always able to see, especially if we go on the onboard with the BMW, just how much more grip that Lamborghini has out of slow turns.
Yeah, and he's actually been able to keep that car at bay, now overtaking the Eurace PR's Esports screen on the inside of turn number 10, heading into the Mobile 1 cut-up. Both of them keeping really clean, working in traffic patiently, and not losing a whole lot of time in the process. The thing is, for Viney, I think the time is cutting a little bit shorter. He has about 9 laps in his stint to try to make that overtake once again. Little
bit of a trade coming up now for these two. lap GT3 car, GT4 car, and TCR car right ahead of them. And that actually is the Team Mad car TCR that Paul is soon going to drive here. Now they go past all of that, and that was a little bit of a better exit for the BMW. So once again, John Weining able to close in a little bit. Oh, and that's a big mistake by Jens Hohmann. Completely misses his braking point. That helps John Weining closing the gap, and now look at that double draft will come in for John Weining.
And you can see another BMW cutting the field wide in between them, and the TCR just couldn't do anything at it. I think that is a Junkos Racing Esports screen. BMW, who is the back market, is going to have to give them room. Goes to the wide line, but nevertheless brings that Ronin Sport car a little bit closer, but cannot make them move.
And once again, slow corner, you're able to see just how much that Lamborghini is able to build that gap. Now the draft comes in for the BMW, and also the top speed that the BMW has, but just not enough to reel in back that Huracan for the Mercedes Renault to do anything into it. That's a McLaren 570S getting lapped a little bit, also losing track of where they are on track. That was Alexander De Jaco of the Müller Motorsport Green, and that's that's Mike Thumann of Hertz Motorsport. What happened there?
We're going to look on the replay, but it's a clear case of the Porsche bottoming out on the curbing that splits off the that is not an AstroTurf. It's partially racetrack. It's a green color racetrack, and the curbing. You can see the car bottoms out. Man.
Oh, he actually touched the gravel as well there.
Yeah, but I don't think that was enough for the car to step out. I think there was more the car bottoming out than anything.
Yeah, probably. Either way, that's quite the damaged Porsche 718 there on the right side of the track. So, yeah, very, very bad mistake either way, as we have maybe here now the pass for 8th place. Into the Spitzkehre, goes to the inside. Will he be able to get away that position from T3 Esports? That's a big no, Jens Hohmann. Great defensive driving. I think even John Weining there.
Yeah, you can see actually moving back to the line, but I think he went for a over and under attempt on Holman, but they just didn't have to run to go for that. You know, you can see tighter line for the T3 car, and there's a TCR right in front of them, which might split a little bit. I think that's the Müller Motorsport, the TCR, that kind of breaks them up a little bit.
Very much so. That was Carsten Thiel of the Müller Motorsport gold car, but no harm, no foul in this battle. John Weining continues to be right on the back heels of Jens Hohmann. The number 71 putting up a valiant defense here over the number 5. Just nowhere to really find any gaps for John Weining of Ronin Sim Sport. Maybe now a little bit of a bad move there for Jens Hohmann that maybe gives the insight to John Weining. Oh yes, it does, and that's no. Jens Hohmann gets spun around outside of turn 1. Careful on that rejoin. Does it nice and easy. Continues on, and I think actually no damage, thankfully, to that Lamborghini. There you can see it once again, just ever so slightly that touch on the back end of the second.
That move was never satisfying. It would have been a great battle. They had a great battle the last time they went on their stint. That is unfortunate, but I think in my perspective, Weining wanted to get the better run through 1, but they were so close to 1 together that the contact would have been inevitable.
You know, I kind of think that there was also a little bit of the desperation speaking there. Weining being stuck for so long behind that 71, not getting any runs together, and the runs he got together, Jens Hohmann always had the answer for him. And the one time he sort of had an overlaps, that was the time he should have really backed out of that. So yeah, very unfortunate for the 71. A little bit of desperation maybe speaking there in the terms of the 5, but thankfully, as you can see, 71 still continuing on their racing line, and they didn't I don't think even lose any position except to the number 5. And yeah, that's right.
No, the only thing they lost is a gap to Yuki Furuya in the running academy car. But the thing is, I don't think there's a lot of damage in terms of tires or the car itself. They're just bringing it to pit lane because maybe the tires are completely shot.
Yeah, after a double stint on the tires and that very big spin, I'm not surprised that they rather go into pit lane and take 4 new tires. I mean, after all, they have a full lap over the next car in line, so yeah, 71. Oh no, that's actually a drive-through. Look at that. The drive-through that we have witnessed today here in nearly 8 hours of racing.
Can we say that we kind of cursed the drivers a little bit because we were already talking about drive-throughs and the 50 incident points and things like that, and one thing led to one other, and they're gonna blame us?
No, it was gonna come anyway, so I'm not surprised that we're starting to see a few more drive-throughs here in the field, especially because of how crazy the first 2 hours, 3 hours were of this race.
Yeah, hashtag we didn't do it.
Yeah, most definitely. Hashtag don't blame us. Jens Hohmann. Yeah, I mean, the thing is for Jens Hohmann, it makes it just double bad, that incident that he had with the 5, because not only did he get spun out by just doing what he was doing, but also because of that spin or a potential 4X that he received from that, having to make it drive through as well at the bottom end of his stint, just pretty much is insult to injury.
Yeah, it's, you know, and again, this is one of those things that this is not a league race. If that was a league race, this would have been different. That probably would have seen a stop and go or drive through penalty issued by Ronin Simsport. But then again, this is an official event. The only form of officiating we have is the iRacing staff car, but I don't think they are willing to go and do officiating in an official race. They actually are running. And guys, just let you guys know, we have Paul's middle track. God have mercy on those poor souls in track.
Yeah, most definitely. Paul Smith finally in the car for the 108. And also something we can report finally in the car is James Corp, or Corpy, however you pronounce that last end of his name. Full Send Racing, the 85 or 999 rather in this case. They have finally been able to release Mikel Garcia from that wheel. Probably they also need a little bit of a spatula to get him out of that seat. Yeah, he raced in that car since lap 98, and he only stepped out of this car on lap 244. That was his last lap that he completed. So mega stint by Mikel, and also mega on how consistent he has been throughout those nearly 150 laps.
It's basically 87 years after he actually drove a car, and he actually can see daylight. But what a job from Mikel Garcia. Being consistent in a stint in TCRs with traffic, things like that, you get bullied around, it's not easy. But for more than 3 hours, it's a whole different story. Well done.
Well done indeed. By the way, we're looking here in a little bit of a battle, but not really. This is only an on-track battle. Sadly for Paul, Lars Ball ahead of him of the Frozen Speed Full Send Racing is actually a lap ahead of him. As look at that on your right side of the screen. The number 15, Williams Esports Academy, continues their early pit stops in this race. And they're in for another set of fuel and tires. Will they also switch drivers? Doesn't seem like, as this car hasn't blinked away yet. So it seems like David Bosca in for a 4th stint, if I counted that correctly.
That's an early pit stop, I think. Isn't it?
After that drive-through, they have started to pit early. So, yeah, they're right on time for a normal pit stop stint.
Okay. Fair point. And just one quick thing here, Stefan, is that Mikel Garcia just replied on our YouTube chat here at RacePod TV. Yeah, who would have guessed the triple seating in TCR wasn't fun and even a bit painful?
Yeah, I can most definitely relate to that. I had to drive once the full Bathurst 1000 alone because my teammate pulled out of the car 2 hours into the race.
And that, I feel for you, man. I do.
Probably was one of the most fun races that I ever did, especially putting in lap times that were within 10th of each other. Also probably one of the most impressive things I've ever done in sim racing, as well as my voice starts to fade a little bit here. So Lorenzo, we have 4 hours to go. What can we expect from the last 4 hours?
I want to see a calm water. I want to see like Bruce Lee's inspired words of like, be water, my friend. Water can flow, water can crash. Please don't crash, just be flow. I want to see calmness in this track. I don't want to see what happened in the first 3 hours of this race repeat in the final 3 hours. I don't think my voice would take it.
Well, I can tell you I've been commentating for 6 hours nearly already, or rather for 5 hours nearly already, and my voice is starting to fail as well, so I most definitely feel your pain coming up right now as well.
Yeah, but that's the fun thing of it, you know, in these endurance races, that despite being sometimes chaotic, it brings out the stories. It can kind of unravel them and talk about them and talk about other stuff, of course. There was a good conversation. I think I was talking off stream with Arjuna, our friend Arjuna Kankipati, who's doing an amazing job, by the way, with Lewis McGlady in the ISO WC, which we're also covering at RacePod TV round 4 at the Long Beach. As now we're looking to a driver swap in the Ronin Simsport, finally binding it out of the car and giving to Callum Williams. It's one of those things, right, about endurance racing that we're not going to be able to cover the action a little bit the entire time because there isn't much going on track depending on circumstances. It's kind of like 20% coverage and 80% benching because it's a very hard job to do.
Very hard job to do. And by the way, since we have kept you a little bit on update about the weather in this race, and it is a little bit of a talking point as well in tire strategy. There you have your current track temperatures, 36 degrees Celsius, so we have considerably cooled down once again from the 42 degrees Celsius that we have already seen on track. It continues to be pretty much partly cloudy here with 21 degrees Celsius in the air, but look at that wind, 21
I'm so sorry.
kilometers an hour.
We actually have some situations developing at the arena as we were talking about this.
So, Williams Esports Chill Blast. They're continuing to be chill and blast away from the field, but that only looks right now on paper, because in reality, Williams Esports Academy, they continue to close in once again on that gap that they self-inflicted on themselves, because they were already down to just 1 second between themselves and the Chill Blast car. Obviously, Chill Blast still owning us a pit stop here, as well as Venaval Sim Racing White, so we have to wait on how these gaps really are right now. But I imagine that the last time I looked, it was 11 seconds. It's going to be much closer this time around.
As we're looking at the issue with Hanseatic Racing and Air 41 on the entry of the arena, clustered everything that nearly got the Williams Esports Academy car involved in it, and actually got a cluster of cars involved in it.
Yeah, that could have been much worse than it ended up being. Just a little bit of bump and running, and that was about it. So that could have been a lot worse there, especially with the right side barrier being so close to the track. So yeah, very lucky escape by everybody involved there. Good job on sort of keeping control of their cars.
Yeah, good job, and that's why I was a little bit, impressed. Not impressed, but surprised of what happened, because it was right when we thought we were covering about the weather conditions that everything kind of decided to break down over here. But nevertheless, everybody kept it clean. Just a little bit of a scary moment, because the arena is probably one of the fewest places on track where you really don't want to make a mistake, because either you get sent off to the tire barrier on the inside, or you just stay on track and it can actually cause a little bit of trouble to the other cars.
Yeah, most definitely. And even the Sachskurve, a very tricky in treacherous conditions, as well, as Sebastian Vettel has proven to us already a few years back. And even this little chicane can be quite treacherous if you have the right mix of weather conditions. And let's not talk even about the drag strip that can cause mayhem to a lot of cars if you touch that in wet conditions, because of how soapy that surface gets.
Nico Hülkenberg feelings right here.
Yeah, most definitely. Yes, there we go. The 69 goes into pit lane. That's Andrew Marquez there behind the wheel of the Loose Knot Racing team. Right now sitting in 9th place. They are looking at, I'd imagine, 3 stints to go here, if I got those numbers correct in my head.
Yeah, they were on 37 laps, so they were due to come into the pit lane. So expected to see Andrew Marquez in the car. Andrew Marquez more of a staple in the Indy cars than in GT4s, to say the least. So good to see Andrew driving one of these cars and having fun with it, and keeping within the top 10. Actually 10th place in the moment, actually.
Yeah, good job, most definitely, by that team, as they are... Oh, of course, they're waiting for fuel still. The GT4 does fuel in tires at the same time. A little bit of a weird brain laps there by myself. And there we go, Andrew Marquez off and running once again. The 69 back on track in just a few moments' time. And let's actually see, will he be able to fight with someone? No, not at all. He is in no man's land coming out of this pit stop.
Unfortunate.
Well, with 4 hours to go, I'd say we actually stay on board with the number 69 for a couple of laps with our fan immersion. Andrew Marquez driving you a couple of laps around the beautiful Hockenheimring in virtual Baden. Having entered the last third of the 12 hours of the Hockenheimring in the Creventic Endurance Series, we welcome you back. My name is Stefan Schlacher. Alongside me, still in the booth, Lorenzo Bonder, and turning the knobs as our technical director still is Hugo Luis. It's been an incredible 6 hours thus far, more than 6 hours actually. As I can't count anymore, it's been this long already. It's 5 hours for me here in this booth already, just 1 more hour to go until I have to switch out for UNO O'Leary. But until then, we still have a very dramatic racing to go here in virtual Baden-Württemberg. Still a very open race at the very top end of your field. GT3 cars are flying through the field here. That's quite the gaggle as well, Lorenzo. We have to say, this race is still wide open at the very top of pretty much all of our classes. Who was that? Chris Young. Great save.
Great save from Chris Young in the Syntec TCR. Getting a little bit sideswiped by the SimRC car at the exit at turn number 10. But luckily getting away with it. And, oh, no, things are getting clustered in the arena. Please, guys, be careful.
Please be careful indeed, as there starts to be quite the cloud coverage now. Might actually switch over to mostly cloudy here soon with how much clouds there are in the sky right now over the Hockenheimring. But as you can see, Williams Esports Chill Blast still is owing us that one pit stop. As SimRC now into pit lane, and I think that was Volante, if I saw this correctly, that also went into pit lane. But yeah, Williams Esports Chill Blast has been leading for the entire race thus far. Haven't looked back ever, really. Although they were under trouble at one point from their sister car, the Williams Esports Academy, as we have a driver change here for the 76. And that means we now have Hayden Burns in the SimRC 76. And yeah, it is really interesting that as well, because if you don't know the story between those two, they have switched positions already once with a bad mistake from the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, but the Academy car did let them pass again down the start-finish straight, and since then have been very close with that Chill Blast car, but in the end, a drive-through that cost them a lot of time as well, and so they're now roughly, once again, 15 seconds back on the number 2 and fighting back, being the faster car as well. So even though they might be right now quite ways back in terms of track distance, pace-wise, they're really close.
Yeah, good to see that this off strategy is kind of like put up a little bit of a spice on the track and made things a little bit more predictable in the GT3 field. But for now, everything looks like the race is going to be for Alexander Arana. But then again, they have been one of the guys that got into quite some incidents. So we don't know how far they are in terms of, getting a drive-through like their sister team has gotten. So if they get a drive-through, that kind of spiced up the things a little bit, not only on their strategies, but also on the race as well, because they're on the tail end of this stint right now. You're probably going to have to put in about 4 laps. But then again, it's not just GT3s, but you just said, like, the entire field is kind of like spread wide open in terms of gap, but in strategies, it's still very, very undecided.
Yeah, very undecided, and it's just really hard to read through those strategies as well. I have been trying to keep tabs on all the strategy in the GT3 field, and quite honestly, I've given up with 2 hours ago, pretty much, because of how everybody was starting to switch up their strategy, because they saw that the Williams Esports Academy car is just that much faster with their pit strategy of only taking 2 tires every pit stop. So this race has pretty much turned on its head by the very early swap of strategy for the Academy car. They switched to that strategy with about 4 hours into the race. So yeah, it's a little bit interesting and weird how late some of the teams have switched over to a strategy, because it is most definitely the fastest. And it was a strategy that not even Williams Esports Chill Blast seemed to have known, because they were continuing on their 2 stint tire strategy until about 4 stints ago, when they also switched to their sister car's strategy. as we now see them running through the field. That is the Williams Esports Academy car.
Yeah, even though they are a lap back, it's those BMWs are being very effective on field. They kind of course, they're not going to get closer and closer to the other cars that might battle for position immediately, but we still have to look towards the long run and to see where they will be standing towards the latter portion of the race. We still have about 3 hours and 40 to go. I think the latter portion might be the final hour and a half, 2 hours, even the final hour, depending on circumstances. But still, good to see their fuel range is much more bigger than what the Lambo is. It's still being effective on speed in comparison to the Lamborghini has been putting on track.
Yeah, and since we're on the topic already of strategies that we really don't understand, that's also a talking point in the GT4s for the upcoming 3.5 hours, because the team Race Fox 131 right now leading by 52, nearly 53 seconds over the Porsche Sport 718. They are on a strategy that is completely out of this system, because they are actually running stint times that are 20 minutes shorter than the entire field. They are pretty much short stinting every single stint out there to probably maximize their tire wear and be able to go longer on their tires and thus have to take less tire stops. However, it's just so out there that nobody has switched over to a strategy, and most importantly, we have no clue where they're gonna end up by the end of this race.
No, basically there is, if we have to pick racing terms, we're basically playing with RNG right now, as we're looking to the SimSport Ronin Academy car coming into the pit lane for their service.
Yeah, the 78 onto pit lane. Also a little bit of an interesting split there by the Ronin drivers, because the Academy is running the Lambo while the SimSport car is running the BMW. Also there's a switch in drivers. That means Yuki Furuya out of the car and Gabriel Erdeli into the car, probably for I'm not sure if he's gonna ride till the end, but maybe for the next 2 hours, that's for sure. Both cars, by the way, quite battered already, especially in this car. The 78 has been in a lot of incidents in the early parts of this race. That's why they're A, this far down, and B, quite damaged already.
And all right, since the people who asked for it, let's talk about the Race BR esports screen. All right. People have been asking for an onboard. Basically, they had the issue at the start of the race. It's my team, for those who are not aware. This is Lorenzo Bonnie speaking. I actually drive for this car, but I don't drive the GT4s. I'm not in this car, by the way. But it's good to see they've still staying on track. And that incident they had at the beginning of the race, I actually went to Chris Pereira's stream, Christian Pereira, which is actually streaming on Twitch right now. And I told him, like, thank God your car is not actually fully damaged or something like that, because the touch they actually had was kind of a big one. I thought that would actually get it front end damage, but they didn't get anything. It was minor repairs, and still keeping up with the top 6 in this race. But the problem is their pace haven't been able to match what the top 5 are actually doing. That's why they are 1 lap back from the Team RSO at the moment.
Yeah, if we would be on the new damage model, this car probably would have been disintegrated on that impact. So good thing for 92 to still be racing up 4 positions, by the way, in class up to 6th place. They have went in this race thus far. Still 3 hours 46 minutes to go. And Vendeval Sim Racing White, they are in pit lane right now. Matthew Stack took over for the next few stints. Probably I would expect him to take it till the end, because he also did quite a lengthy stints, 74 laps at the start of this race, and he hasn't been in since. And there you can see that 71 driving away as we look at the Porsche Sport 718 as they are in pit lane for their second to last pit stop.
Yeah, second to last pit stop. And again, it's those things that we've been talking about basically during our portion of the broadcast. We still don't know who has the upper hand over here, because Tristan Iglesias and his teammate had a few issues. As Bo Rigger, I forgot the name for 1 second. I've been seeing them actually in the GT4s all week. Rigger actually had issues with fuel coming to start finish line, had to tow the car back into the pits, brought Tristan back into the car, and basically put a damper all over again.
There we go. Jacob Tofts now into the car of the Porsche Sport team. So he is going to take over for at least the next 40 laps. And actually, I think it's 90 minutes for a stint, so that's going to require one more full pit stop and then a half pit stop as well. So these guys, 2 more to go, 2 more visits to the pit stall after this one.
Yeah, 2 more pit stops. Basically, that's the key for all cars. Maybe the only thing might not be in the GT3s. It might be 3 pit stops away, as we see Arana coming into the pit lane. Most definitely, I think he will give the car to someone else. He's been on the car for quite a while now as he stops into the pit lane. And the other guy has been the Argentinian Agustin Canapino. Unless someone else comes into that car. Doesn't look like it. Canapino back in.
Yeah, maybe just had to switch out there and do something in his settings or something like that, because he did blink away for just a second. So this is going to be really interesting, because we're looking right now at the Williams Esports Academy car. Question is, how close will that gap be? Last time, before they went into pit lane, that Williams Esports Academy car, the gap was 11 seconds. So still 30 seconds to go, and the thing is, that Gil Blas car already on the jacks, and they will only be stationary now for 30 more seconds. So I'm imagining that this gap actually did grow a little bit in that latter half of the stint for the Gil Blas car.
Yeah, I think 2 more. We have about 3:43 to go, so I think it will be 3 pit stops for Canapino. So I think he might go to the end of the race. Then again, these strategies we've seen from Williams, they've been such unpredictable pit strategies, right? Going for the front tires only, or front and rear, 1 tire each. It's been so interesting that I don't know how it's gonna come up in the end of the race. And plus, I still think that Gil Blas car is still neck deep in incidents. I think they probably are taking it safer than usual to avoid to get that 50X and go for the drive-through.
Yeah, question obviously also is, how close is Gil Blas to that 50 incident mark? Obviously, we have no clue on how close they are, but for all our race fans out there, as we see a 3 wide in the back with 2 cars lapping, Williams Esports Academy, they have closed in. Gap is now only 9 seconds, so over that half stint that they have done, the gap has closed in by 2 seconds. Also nice maneuver there on Paul Smith, who gave plenty of room, probably scarred from what you have seen in the early stages of this race.
And gap separating them right about 9 seconds. So good job what the Boss guy is doing. I just want to take a quick look on the lap scenes here. Yeah, Bosga's lighter car is actually making a whole lot of difference. You know, lapping 38 mids to highs, going to 39 depending on circumstances on traffic. So it's making things interesting for us at the end of this race. But we have to look at that fuel range for that Lamborghini with those short stints, right? And where would they be placed towards the final hour and a half? Because it's going to be complicated for them to actually reach their sister car and go for the win. And with runoffs like that, it's not making the case any time easier.
Yeah, it's not going to be easier as well, and obviously the time is also running away from the Williams Esports Academy to get there in time. 3 hours 40 minutes left in this race, 7.8 seconds left, but it is a little bit slanted, a little bit skewed here at that gap, because obviously the Esports Academy car, Williams Esports Academy car, has to pit consistently a few laps earlier than their sister cars. I think there was a spinner in the background, the Porsche 718, because that was a very slow and very weirdly placed bonnet in the background.
Interesting. I can try to look on the replay and see who has this spin. You said that was the Williams Academy car?
I'm not sure at all. No, in the background, sorry, of the Race Fox 231 pitting.
Okay.
That was... I have to look at myself, as we do not have a thing. Yes, we have, actually, sorry. Driver change, then threw that out. Sasha Engelhardt into the Team Race Fox 231. Let's actually have a quick look here on my replay. That was Niels Carstensen of the Team RSO car that had a spin in the background of the Race Fox hitting. Was a self-inflicted spin as well, and he was really lucky to not hit the tire barrier.
And I know Manuel Sudal probably had a little bit of a heart attack with that, unfortunately. Manuel Sudal being the Team RSO manager and one of the drivers. And really weird spin, because we normally see those cars taking the Salsage curve. You guys are going to see now on the replay. I think the car just hitting its suspension back on track just made the rear a little bit more loose than what it normally is expected. For me, it's weird because the normal GT4 line, it's kind of use that Salsage curve on the outside a little bit, keep the car straight and just try to carry as much speed as you can possibly carry into Sud curve, into the final corner. But unfortunately, didn't happen for Niels over there.
No, not at all. And that's a little bit of a bruised and battered TCR car. That's the 32 of having a quick look. Shunkos Racing Esports wide right now, third place. While they have that sort of damage, we have to say also about that car, they really have been able to keep out of trouble ever since picking up that damage in the very early stages of this race. So kudos to them. They haven't had the speed whatsoever to keep up with your leaders, but they most definitely had the speed to keep in third place. Also, speaking about having the pace, the Frozen Speed, Full Send Racing, I swear I will get that name right at least once in these remaining 37 minutes. Last ball, they are continuing to charge down, but Lorenzo, it continues the story of, yes, they're charging down, but it's only ever so slightly every single lap that it really makes it hard to predict if they're going to be there in the end.
Yeah, I think there is a little bit of now level ground between the field and the TCRs, but I'm trying to do mathematics here, gap mathematics. I'm majored in computer science, but mathematics sometimes fail me. Just doing calculations here, about 55 seconds ish, actually more than a minute. Sorry, on Martin Ascher. But the thing is, it's again, it would take some commitment out of that 185 car to come back and be within the 5 for the race. It can happen, but it's looking bleak every single stint because the weather is getting colder and eventually the tires are getting faster and they're getting a little bit closer to the promised land.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, the last few laps actually were exactly the same pace as your leader, and or either at the exact same pace or a slight bit slower than your leader. And the funny thing is, at the very front of this TCR class, and it's a good thing we're looking right now at 122, because the 222, as Christopher Ems makes a little bit of a mistake there, the sister car of the car we're riding on board, is in a repeating story once again, because they're getting chased down by the 999, the Full Send Racing James Corp. He is slowly but surely eating into the gap that the 222 has built. It's still a very large gap, but last lap and the last 2 laps actually, Corp has been able to chew out of that gap half a second.
Yeah, and the Bonacam here for Christopher Ems, you can see him chasing Renzo Tejada Gomez from the Juncos Racing Esports white car. The strategy is pretty much the same. It's just that Ems has been much consistent and faster lap by lap by lap, which is actually getting closer to the P3 car. But the gap they have to the Full Send Racing 85 and the Impulse 2 Triple Twos is just that big for actually to get closer to it.
Yeah, that Impulse Racing 122 and actually also the Frozen Speed Full Send Racing, you mentioned them, they're once again faster. They were the two fastest cars right now on track, and they are sitting in 4th and 5th position. So speaks boatloads about what these guys would have been able to do with a clean race throughout, but both were that denied a little bit with minor/major incidents to both their names. Yeah. But Lars Ball continues to chase down these guys ahead, and Gomez, I don't think he's gonna be much longer in that 3rd place.
No, I don't think so either. I think it will be eventually, it's a matter of when and where, than if, where they'll be actually, where Gomez is going to be overtaken by Ems. So I think Ems right now just trying to take back, save a little bit of fuel, trying to get ahead of his competition. I think right ahead of him is just the Apex Racing Academy 99, which has been very unfortunate, you know. It's a car that had some promises at the start of the race, got into a few instances when George Simmons was in the car, got bumped out because in normal conditions, an Apex Racing Academy car not being in the front of the leaders is a little bit weird to see.
Yeah, it is most definitely weird to see, but it is as just the fact of especially the Frozen Speed Full Send Racing team that really had that big problem early in the race that did send them quite some ways down, and ever since they have been charging down leaders. They were actually the leaders up until that point. So yeah, it just is sometimes the racing gods giveth and the racing gods taketh.
Yeah, but at least we can say one other thing. If we're talking about style points, definitely they are the winners, clear-cut winners of this race. Because who in God's name the sim racing goes reverse on a straight line, manages to keep it straight, and manages to get back out safely on track?
Actually, I think that was the Apex Racing team. That actually was, I think, George Simmons that pulled that off.
Yeah, he did pull that off after the big incident they had with the iRacing Esports screen, the virtual racers, and then thing on other TCR that I cannot remember. And that was between turn 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But actually, I just gotta say, give him major props to taking lessons from Mater from cars.
Yeah, most definitely. And speaking, by the way, of that 99 car, it's actually just the head the road right now. It's that car that's leading this train right now. That's the Apex Racing Academy car. Sadly, ever since that big incident, they haven't been able to find their pace anymore, and they have been struggling at the very back end of the TCR field ever since. And now, insult to injury, they're soon going to get left by the battle for 3rd place.
It's going to be tough now for Ems to actually get by through the car of Junko's in backstraight, because just riding the draft makes it a little bit more complicated than that. But you see the Apex, the number 99, clearing themselves away, gives the room for both cars to go in, and now we're back to status quo between those two cars.
Also kind of funny, Renzo Tejada Gomez, he was able to pick up his pace at the last 2 laps. Ever since the Impulse Racing 122 Christopher Ems did close into the back end of the 32, he has been able to considerably pick up his pace. His fastest lap that I can see in recent times was a 51.1, and since he got caught by Ems, his last 2 laps were a 50.6 and a 50.8, so great job on Renzo to keep that 32 for as long as possible in that 3rd place.
And gap pretty much stabilized on half a second between both drivers, so they're not. The good thing for them is that just judging on the laps here, they're actually getting closer to the full send car. Not major progression so far. It's been right about 10th or 2 per lap, but you know, those marginal gains we can be talking about TCRs, big, every so slightly, you know, during your stint, that whenever you come down and come into your pit lane, about 20 laps later, hey, you can be about 10 seconds, 9 seconds. Dream of something here.
Three hours and 30 minutes nearly on the dot to go as there's a little bit of an aggressive cut back onto the racing line, but I think that was the Simmer C car if I saw that number correctly. Fourth place, yes it was, Hayden Burns. Also doing a very great job here, and he's trying to charge down the Vanderbilt Sim Racing white car number 3, not too far away either, and also he is a car that is faster than the one he's chasing now.
Yeah, 4/10 of a second faster than in the last lap than Matthew Stagg. So the Australian putting up the pressure and going for it every single lap. And the only problem there is a car in the middle, the T3 Sports Lamborghini that splits them both apart.
Yeah, but it's also kind of good for the Simmer C car right now. Even though Krzysztof Maliszewski is quite slow compared to the Simmer C car, losing a second a lap compared to Hayden Burns. It is still good because on these straights he is getting a little bit off track. But let's continue on the battle that we're seeing here right now. Christopher Ems versus Tejada Gomez. It's impressive by how much Gomez has been able to pick up that pace, because once again, the last two laps, 50.96 and 50.92. So considerably picking up his pace pretty much out of nowhere.
Yeah, they're doing really good, but I think there was a little bit of a waking up on the last lap compared to James Court, because the gap now widened a little bit to 16.2 seconds between this true car terrain and the full send 999 car. So it's, again, I think they're feeling the pressure a little bit, trying to get closer to the Martin Aschert, the 222 car that is leading the TCR class, that is not allowing these two cars to come closer and battle for position, even though they still have about, I would say, 20 laps in their stint, 19 laps in their stint.
Yeah, these guys are about 0.2 slower per lap than your leaders, both of your leaders, by the way. And even the Full Send Racing 999, as you have mentioned, is really not closing in anymore on the 222. So very great job by your leaders, Martin Aschert, to keep that car very nicely in the lead right now, maintaining that gap, and that is very important, especially in an endurance race like we have here at the Hockenheimring. At the very front of your field, though, I have to mention that once again, Williams Esports Academy, once again, starting to close in, or continuing to close in. That car right ahead of him, that, I think, if I saw that correctly, that was already the Chill Class car. And so, in a very deed it is. So, inside their rival is 3.5 seconds, or 3.1 seconds rather. The gap continues to shrink.
Continues to shrink, but then the car is lighter. They've been doing 38.5s, 38 mids constantly in the last few laps. The only odd lap was actually a 39.0 out of the Williams Esports Academy car, but I think now Bosga had some issues with connection and slowed down the car. So now losing a little bit of ground to the to Canapino over here on the entry of the arena.
Yeah, and oh, that's a big mistake as well. He goes into the gravel. Will he be able to save that car in time for the tire barrier? Yes, he is. So most definitely a little bit of a shock moment there that he had going through the Mobile 1 curve, and still a little bit battered by what happened. You can see still goes offline everywhere and now goes into pit lane. I wonder if this is his time to pit as well. I think it might as well be, or just takes a safe route and pits early because he fears. Oh, that might be a speeding.
Yeah, I want to check how fast he was actually coming into the pit lane. Just putting over here on slow motion. No, the car is right about in the 50 minutes. Yeah, he's good. I think that was just maybe some internet or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. But look at that. I think he actually continues to stay in the car. No, there we go. He is out of the car and is being replaced by Michele Ricci for the last probably 3.5 hours.
Yeah, it's going to be overtaken, not overtaken, but taken over from the Italian, which goes back car. He actually was the guy that was driving the middle stints on this race. So let's see what the Italian will be able to do. But that time loss he actually had to Canapino might be damaging if they are actually looking towards.
We have a car stopped in the Spitzke. Sorry, Lorenzo. I think we had a little bit of an incident there. Seems to be the 92, the U-Race BR Esports Green that stopped on track.
Yeah, it is them. I just look on the Twitch feed that Chris Perez is doing.
And there we can see the number 15 back on track. Williams Esports Academy has retired second place over to Vendaval Sim Racing quite again, but remember, these guys are quite out of sequence to the others because of a very early pit stop after a drive-through that they suffered about 1.5 hours ago.
Yeah, and just looking over here, what happened to Victor Zatoun actually got into contact with a GT4 car on the exit, and it was such a very minor touch, but the touch was actually while the car was not straight out, and touching on the back of the car, just basically managed the car to get a little bit loose on the back and dust spinning out on split screen.
Continuing to have a look at the very clean number 3 car. I don't even spot a single mark of damage on that Vendaval Sim Racing, but I think one of the very few cars to still not have any damage on them. So very nice going by number 3, but it also shows that 41 seconds. That is not because of pit stop strategies. That is simply on pace that the number 3 has lost to the Williams Esports class.
Yeah, it's insane. And you were talking about damage and things like that, and we were talking about earlier the salsa curves giving some damage on the front of the cars. Where can you get? Like, I'm curious because I barely drive these cars. I drive, I think, on only Spot 24 or these special events where it requires GT3s. Where can you damage this car in this track if you take the curb being a little bit more aggressively than usual?
Well, continuing on the trend here with the number 3, we can quite easily mark out those spots here. Coming up to the Mobile 1 curve, that's obviously not an issue whatsoever. The next issue that can be a little bit of a thing is actually at the Süd curve, or that very short shoot between the second last to last corner, where you can ride over that sausage curve on the left side that separates the track from the drag strip. Right there on the left side. That can be a problem, but not really unless you have your car slammed to the very bottom of the track. Here, this turn 1, the Nord Kurve, inside curve, very easy to damage your car, and if you jump a little bit too much also, you can catch your left side on that weird transition through those 2 curbs. Then the next point where you can really pick up some damage on the sausage curve will be out of the Spitzkehre that we're gonna come out soon, because there's also a medium-sized in height, that is, sausage curve, and then the last bit of sausage curve where you can damage your car a little bit is in the Mercedes arena. That weird left-hander that you never know which gear and how fast you can take through. That inside sausage curve can also be a source of a little bit of damage. But apart from that, really no chance of taking up any damage.
Fair point. Yeah, again, it's funny that we normally see a track like Hockenheim where you cannot take the curbs. You have to take them seriously, but they can actually damage your time. But let's just go for another track like Monza, for example. You don't have those turtle curbs, but you have these salsa curbs. You have the turtle curbs that are on the Ascari chicane that can damage the floor of your car, even your cars respectively, if you actually take them the wrong way. So it's interesting, this balance between what kind of curb the track will use and how much damage you can actually get out of the car and how much speed loss and time loss you can get out of the car if you take them wrongly.
And also I just realized that the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, we have been talking about them and being extremely and highly aggressive, probably even a little bit over the top aggressive. They have had another incident with a lapped car It was already quite a few laps ago. I don't know if we can get a replay of that, but it was at the end of lap 305. That is nearly 3 laps ago already, as they are at the end of lap 308, so I'm not sure if we can get a replay of that. But they had it coming together with the geodesic car, and there we can see it on board. Number 2, look at that.
And diving down the inside, he never had the room and basically shoved off just Tristan Iglesias outside of the normal lane. But that got a little bit closer, and again, we'll be talking about the leading GT3 car being 9th because we saw them having some issues. The thing is, how many incident points do they have before coming down to the pit lane for a driving through?
Yeah, they really have to be careful because I imagine they're not too far away from that 50 incident mark. So Augustine has to be really careful. And I mean, he has to be careful in general because that's, I think, the 4th time we have seen him specifically to have contact with a lap car that he's overtaking. So in general, that Williams Esports chill bus car has been so incredibly aggressive throughout the race with, quite honestly, no need whatsoever, because just look at how much they're leading over Vanderpool.
Yeah, it's rather unnecessary. You just go and manage your race appropriately, as now Burns managed to get a little bit closer. The full send TCR just broke them off a little bit by a 10th or 2, but I know Burns is being very aggressive on that tire, being more effective than what Stag is pulling off. So we wouldn't be surprised if the Australian closes the gap once again on Matthew Stag.
Yeah, indeed. So continues to be interesting as Herzog Motorsport comes into pit lane. Just heard the pit lane siren there going off for them. The 420 in 37th position overall. Continue to struggle, continue to drive, but that's actually a drive penalty that those guys have to serve. Meanwhile, back to the battle for right now 2nd place. CMRC, as I said, continues to close in on Matthew Stag. Half a second a lap, once again faster last time around, so should be easy snacks on Stag.
Should be. Let's see what Stag can pull off to defend the Australian. There's one car right ahead of him. We blocks him off. That's the Air 41 SRT, and oh, it's right on the apex. That will bring a little bit closer. Burns into the fray, but now there's the preparation set cutter, and a little bit dicey, but managed to get away clean. Burns.
I don't know if I would make such moves there through that chicane, but I honestly have to say I also put in pretty much no multi-class practice whatsoever, so I can't really professionally judge those kind of gaps. So great done by Hayden Burns, didn't lose any time there, and continues to chase down that Vanderwall Sim Racing white car. Still 40 seconds back, but I also realized those guys are slowly but surely closing in on the number 2. But obviously, 40 seconds of difference. I don't see they have any hopes on closing that gap down, because it also means that they would have to close down the same amount of time to the sister car of Williams Esports Chill Blast, and that's the Williams Esports Academy. And chasing down 2 cars like that just ain't gonna fly.
Again, it takes the extra amount of commitment, but then again, it takes one drive through to change the whole margin of this race. And again, we'll be talking repeatedly. We don't know how many incidents. We wish we had knowledge of that, but we don't. On how many incidents that Chill Blast car has before they come down to the pit lane.
Oh my goodness, by the way, did you catch how close that CMRC car got to the outside wall? I don't even think a paper would have been able to fit between the mirror and that wall. Incredible driving here by Hayden Burns, using every single inch that he can get from this track.
Talk about exploring the limits of the track and getting away with it.
And once again, a little bit of a held up here by a TCR from Matthew Stag. This time Apex Racing. Mats Borge Andersen the driver of the number 99. And look at that, Hayden Burns for the first time very close to the rear of the number 3. You might see an overtake here for second place, potentially third place in the very end. Have to see how all these strategies play out, but look at that. The number 3 extremely strong out of the Parabolica and fight, and there's just nothing Hayden Burns can do in the drop, but that is a dive bomb of the century. Gets away with it. Will he give back the position? No, he says that's mine.
Wow. Wow.
Oh my goodness, if we can get a replay of that on board with Hayden Burns, that must have looked incredible from the cockpit view. And that 76, look at how crucial that was, because immediately Porsche traffic forced stack, and that's gonna be a lot of time lost.
Yeah, that is basically the geodesic car that is going to split them apart. There's a GT, that is a TCR right behind Burns. That's Matthew Warner from the Sunshine Autos, but what a move. Basically, I gotta say, Burns, I don't know if it is an Aussie thing, because the last driver I've seen pulling out a maneuver like that with GT3s was Joshua Rogers in a VSS race. But it wasn't that close towards the apex. He actually did it from nearly 150 meters out.
Yeah, and he pretty much also parked his car there, Hayden Burns did, on the apex. I don't even think he expected himself to be able to slow down in there. Just have a look at that. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna let you watch that in full. I'm still not convinced if that was actually planned or not, but Hayden Burns, no matter what, he most definitely takes that second place.
I don't know if you guys heard my clapping or not on the microphone, but I actually clapped for this maneuver. Talk about commitment. We know that Burns is a very good guy in GT3s. He did that in SCO, but my word, I know I wouldn't be able to pull that off.
Once again, one more shot from that overtake, this time from the aerial view, and yeah, I'm still not convinced. I mean, I think he just took his normal braking point and realized he's gonna ram that number 3 car if he continues on his track, so moved over to the left side. I'm just gonna go with that story, and either way, 76 not able to get away, because once again they have caught traffic in a bad time. That is the fiercely forward Porsche 718, a little bit of a held up, but both cars able to go through, and that was once again very close between the 3 and 76.
Yeah, both very close. Actually, he managed away from the TCR car as well. But what a battle! What a really good battle we're seeing over here, with about 3 hours and 12 to go. But the cleanness out of that dive bomb. I think Matthew Stagg knew the dive bomb was actually going to come. And look at this onboard. Look at the inputs done by Matthew Stagg. So trying to stay within the draft. As you were quiet for that one. I want to stay quiet and just let that V10 engine do its work.
That is a Audi R8 engine from the finest Lamborghini body, but everything underneath that is a Audi R8. Literally is, if you didn't know, it is the Audi R8 platform with engine and everything, except for the exhaust system. That is actually Lamborghini itself, and obviously the aerodynamic, but everything underneath of that is Audi. It's an Audi R8 engine. That's just because obviously Audi owns.
Yeah, it's basically all the same brand, the Volkswagen brand, and you could see that a little bit of a big dive on inside the Jacob Tubbs car of Porsche Sport, but what a good drive. And let me tell you, man, that's why I admire this top level racing. That drivers can be very fast, fair, and I know Burns is a very, very fast driver. Once again, drives an SCO, drove that car, drove the GT3 cars, knows how to drive it, and is very aware of the move he has to make. Plus, there's one big thing that we haven't talked about in this move, that Burns is from Australia, whereas Matthew Stagg is in the UK. He lives in the UK and I don't know what city specifically. So there's a huge difference in terms of ping and latency whenever you have to make those updates, and things can happen if you have that minor spark of latency loss.
Yeah, exactly. That could have gone very south for Hayden Burns there, but you have to say it. The 3-car Matthew Stagg, he did see that move coming in the very end and did give a lot of room to the 76. Once again, you were able to see Hayden Burns just ever so close to that wall to get every inch of turn-in available to himself. So yeah, no, it's great racing, but once again, Hayden Burns, I'm not liking really what I'm seeing from these GT3 cars throughout this race. They have been ultra aggressive on every single occasion. So yeah, I don't know. Let's see what Hayden Burns does here in to turn 1. Actually doesn't even get to the McLaren 570S. So just continues that these guys have been ultra aggressive while trying to lap people, cutting back onto racing line, even much more dramatic than we have just seen here from Hayden Burns. And it's just, you know, it's just not surprising that we have seen this kind of attrition up to this point. We still have 3 hours to go, but we have lost so many cars on such a wide open track like Hockenheim. It is a little bit baffling to me how these guys still can be so aggressive.
Yeah, it boggles my mind too. I know there's the mindset of, you know, going full send every single lap as we're looking to the geodesic car into the pit lane. He's probably going to do a driver swap as Bill Rigger is going to come back into the car for Tristan Iglesias. Let's hope that Bill actually remembers the pit stall whenever he actually has to come to the pit lane. Sorry, Bill, I have to pick that one on you that, by the way. But the geodesic are doing a really good job so far. Actually got in front of the Race Fox car whenever they come to the pit lane.
Yeah, indeed. And as said, I mean, I'm gonna say it again. We have said it a few times already. That Team Race Fox 131, it's so far out in strategy on everybody else that we honestly have no clue whatsoever how that GT4 lead battle is gonna shape up. So if you're into strategy, that is your class to follow for the next 3 hours. Just of how weird and out there that Team Race Fox 131 strategy is. Basically, a GT4 stint is 90 minutes. They're only taking fuel for 70 minutes, and write that out. Obviously, that gives them less tire wear and a faster car overall because they don't have to carry 20 minutes worth of fuel, as that's a little bit of an aggressive move from the Chill Blast. No, sorry, from the Williams Esports Academy car there. Yeah, no, it's really interesting how that is gonna turn out for the 131. As there's a little bit of a switcheroo going on with the Impulse car. That is your third place in class for the TCRs. Christopher Ems continues behind the wheel of the 122. 6 minutes to go until we reach the 3-hour mark to go. That means we're soon gonna enter the last quarter of today's 12-hour race here from the Hockenheimring in virtual Baden-Württemberg. The car just overtaking Christopher Ems. That is your current race leader, Agustin Canapino. Lorenzo, you're gonna soon take over a lead here once we have Ewan O'Leary ready for us. What are you looking out for in these last 3 hours?
It's going to be interesting to see how actually is going to play out the this GT4 strategy, you know, of guys being so far off in the off cycle that we still don't know who's going to come up on top. We've been saying that Race Fox might be the team that might be coming out on top because they've been closer to pitting in the hour than the other teams. then again, it's been so wide open in the air that, again, I'm shrugging right here. Don't know who's going to actually take it. PCRs has been interesting, despite the gaps they've been having, where Impulse Race have about 12 seconds on full send, and then anything ever spreads out on the other cars. GT3, again, looks like it's kind of Pino's and Arana's race to lose, but then again, if they get a drive-through, everything changes.
Yeah, and you're making a very valid point there, because the drive-throughs, we have had so many incidents between different cars that probably, or we're expecting a lot of teams to be very close to that 50 incident mark that will give them the black flag and the drive-through. With that, oh my goodness, Hayden Burns chops the nose off the 718 there with inches to spare. That's exactly what I was talking about, with the GT3 cars just being way too aggressive when trying to overtake people.
And Burns was actually one of these cars that was highly aggressive whenever he was doing his stints on the start of the race, but managing to get away with it. But the time gain is actually having on Matthew Stagg is very minimal, because Stagg is actually getting the cars in the better spot on the track, and if he's trying to build up a huge gap in these final laps of his stint, he still has about 5 laps to go on the Lamborghini. You need like full aggression and maybe something real bad from Matthew Stagg to open up like 5 seconds, 6 seconds or something like that, and come up with the pit lane with some good leeway on your competitor.
Yeah, the funny thing is, actually, SimRC continues to also close in still on Williams Esports Chill Blast, and you know, that also puts on a little bit of a question mark on how is the Academy car able to pull up right now, because obviously if SimRC is able to close in, that probably also means that the Esports Academy car is able to close in. And I know we're talking quite a lot about this, but it is such a very interesting thing with the Chill Blast car not really following suit in the strategy that the Williams Esports Academy is doing. So it's a little bit of a weird how Chill Blast does it. It's not always taking just 2 tires, it's sometimes taking 4 tires as well. So that number 2 is losing a lot of time every now and then in pit stop. But at the same time, the Academy car is making so many mistakes that it nearly evens out. But the Academy car at the same time is also faster than the Chill Blast car, as the number 5 of Ronin SimSports is coming to pit lane to mark their 3 stints to go. Callum Williams still behind the wheel and expected to stay behind the wheel of that in the M4.
Yeah, basically a program pit stop over here for Callum Williams. 3 hours and 2 minutes in this race. Good to see Ronin still fighting for that top 10. They just got overtaken by their sister team in Gabriel Ardelli in the Academy car in the Lamborghini. And we have to look, their gap to T3 is not that big. It's about 2.5 seconds. So we can see maybe a battle for position, because Ardelli has been faster lap by lap by lap. So we can see Polichelski getting a little bit of pressure in the upcoming lap.
So if I see this correctly, we are expecting Canapino and Hayden Burns to soon come into pit lane. They have both stopped last on lap 295. They have just started 320, and that means they're on lap 25, and if I remember correctly, it's 27 laps for these guys on a fuel stint.
Something like that.
No, sorry, 37. I missed it by a decade. Yeah, so they still have 10 laps to go in their stint. But we have also seen that especially the SimRC car and the Williams Esports Academy car to be faster at the back end of their stint than Canabino and the whole of the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. So that kind of makes you think, Lorenzo, that even though they are sister cars and racing the same cars, they are all completely different setups.
I think so. I think they're on different setups and different All right, we know they're on different strategy, but the set, I know they try to share setups and try to make the car on equal performance, and having drivers work and adapt to it. But then again, sometimes the lineup that you have for that specific car is not going to work, and they have to go back and reset and do a setup that might be a little bit more understeery for that team, so it can actually maximize the car performance. Because no driver is going to drive equally as the same as the other driver. This is the key thing about finding the pairings or the teams for the cars you're actually going to drive. There was a really good conversation that I was having with Manuel Sodal on the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, I think, where he was talking about how to find the right compromise between the car you're going to drive and the drivers that take the most out of that car, and build up a setup that kind of fills up to everyone and has less adaptability length towards that setup in that car for such a specific track.
Yeah, obviously not every single driver is the same. Not every single driver achieves their incredible speed, even if they are pro drivers the same way. And that's the choice just of endurance racing, because you're going to have to manage a car for potentially 2 or 3 different driving styles. And you have to make that car as fast as possible, because only then you're really going to win anything. So Williams Esports, they are in the last 10 laps of their stint. Same goes for the car we have on screen, the SimRC. Hayden Burns right now behind the wheel of that 76. Kind of incredible to me, Matthew Stagg, who we're riding on board right now with the number 3 car, he used to be half a second a lap slower than Hayden Burns, but since he got overtaken, it seems like the draft is just enough that Matthew Stagg is able to keep behind that 76.
And the thing that benefits Stagg a little bit more is the fact that Burns got held up in traffic on the previous lap. The margin was quite considerable. That was nearly a full second that Stagg earned on the last lap. 39.9 for Burns, whereas Stagg did a 39.2. So that's why it brought him closer within draft range, and now Burns is going to be the hunted instead of being the hunter.
As we finally have entered the last 3 hours of this race, let's give you once again a rundown on your classes. Starting off with the fastest class of this series, the GT3 cars. Williams Esports Chill Blast, they're still leading 39.40 seconds ahead of SimRC. SimRC is closing in that gap ever so slightly lap by lap though, but we're not expecting them to get there in the very end. Second place is being challenged still by Veneval Sim Racing White. Number 3 in third place, just half a second back. Right now being piloted by Matthew Stagg. The Lamborghini fight is strong between those two. Williams Esports Academy right now in fourth place. They're on a wildly different strategy than anybody else. 52 seconds back on this battle right here. It's gonna be really interesting how that is gonna play out with the number 15, because of how different their strategy is. They might be there in the end, or they might be very, very far away in the end. Team Race Fox, this is the car of your GT4 leading team. They are on a much more conventional strategy than their GT4 sisters. So the 231 continues in 5th place to no damage to the car whatsoever. Team Cackline can't say the same about themselves. The 11 has been battered and bruised, but still continues strong in 6th place, 35 seconds behind the Team Race Fox 231. Riley Sim Racing, the most interesting strategy inside the GT3 cars. They have been consistently been able to go 2-3 laps more than everybody else, utilizing the great fuel efficiency of the M4 GT3 car. However, they are a big question mark as well in this class, because we don't exactly know how they're going to end up in the very end. G3 Esports, 8th place goes to them, 30 seconds behind the Rally Esport Sim Racing team. with Ronin Academy charging down on 8th place. Maybe we see a battle soon happening between them as well, as we might have a battle here for 2nd place. Oh, that's a cutoff and a half there from Hayden Burns, but Matthew Stack able to take away that position, or maybe not. Here comes Hayden Burns on the brakes and continues in 2nd place. So to finish off quickly this rundown in the GT3 class, we have Violante Racing Blue in 10th place, Ronin is in 11th, Junkers Racing Esports Green 12th place, and everybody in behind is out. That's 13th down to 17th, Impulse Racing 69, Alpha Esports GT3, Kilometer Zero Chance Avela in 15th, Boost 5 Mentos in 16th, and 17th is for Pure Sims Esports. Lorenzo, how are we looking for the GT4s?
GT4 is basically, for those who have been tuned in on our broadcast, has been a battle of frowning heads, calculations of fuel, and also a little bit of some shrugs, because so far Team Race Fox is the leader of this race, but they've been on the off strategy compared to the other cars. And P2 is the Alpine Geodesic Racing car, not about 50 seconds behind, but then again, those strategies have been a little bit weird, so we don't know who's going to be coming out in front. Horse Sport is the 3rd factor of this race. They were leading a little bit earlier in the portion of the race, got bumped that back a little bit, but still within contention. Fiercely Forward, it is 4th place, followed by Team RSO, and in 6th, the U-Race PR Green Esports Green car, still on track, 1 lap back from everybody. Then 7th is the Hanseatic Sim Racing. Zekro Esports is in 8th place. Loose Nut is in 9th. And the last car within the top 10, it is the PCF Racing Black, which is far ways behind from the other cars, about a full lap behind on the Muda Motorsport Green. Actually, I said wrongly. Muda Motorsport Green is in 10th, and PCF Racing Black is in 11th. But it's keep changing because of the pit strategies, I think. But nevertheless, P11, B12 is still the virtual drivers, but TX3 iRacing Staff Red is the P13, and last cars in the running field is the Herzog Motorsport. Everybody else, so you can see P15 to 18 are outside of the race. Sunshine Autos, Prism Sim Racing Beta, Volante Racing, and Track Esports.
One more class we can run down for you. The TCRs are also in this race, and they have a few pit stops in their class as well. But Impulse Racing, the Triple T, continues to lead about 12 to 13 seconds ahead of the Full Send Racing 999. As we see SimRC going into pit lane, that probably also means that Williams Esports Chill Blast in GD3s not too far away from their pit stop. But continuing on with the GCRs, Impulse Racing, the sister car, the 122, in 3rd place right now, about 16 seconds behind your 2nd place. 4th place, the 32, Junkers Racing Esports, right over a minute behind the now pitting 122. Frozen Speed Full Send Racing, a little bit of a wild horse in this class as well, because they're chasing down your leaders, but have slowed down quite a bit in the last few stints. So maybe this is not going to happen. Maybe it still is. You never know how a race turns out. The 606 Sunshine Autos is in 6th place, 3.5 seconds back on the Frozen Speed Full Send Racing. Team Mad 1 with Paul Smith piloting that car right now, a minute behind that, already a lap down on your TCR leaders. Mulder Motorsports Gold rounding out the top 10 alongside with Apex Racing Academy and Aero 41 SRT. We still have 12 cars remaining in that class, with 11th place right now going to the Wasabi Racing Technology, and the same tech TCR Team 1 being the last car, I think, still running in this race. The only car out in the TCR class, Fiercely Forward, IRS. So, Lorenzo, before we head out till the last 3 hours to go, a little bit of a sum up of what we have seen in these last 3 hours together. It has been a very calm race, a very interesting race strategy-wise, and I think you're in for quite a treat in the last 3 hours.
Yeah, I'm going for a really good run. I'll have you and O'Leary in a little bit with me on the comms. It's going to be an interesting race. There's still a whole lot of things to play out. The first 3 hours basically dictated what the rest of this race is shaping up to be. A few a few scraps here and there for some of the cars. Again, we don't know how many incidents the leader of this race still has before taking a drive through. But then again, it's been a really interesting race so far. Can't wait to see also what the GT4 battle will turn out to be, and the TCRs, if we're ever going to see a contender for Impulse Racing. That the triple two car is looking really good so far, but then still a whole lot of things to unravel with 250 to go.
250 to go, and that means it's time to say goodbye for me, but not to say some final words. 6 hours of racing I have been able to witness and commentate for you guys, and has been a very great racing indeed. Can't wait to see how this race is gonna turn out in the very end with all the strategies still in play. Right now, though, for our commentary switch, I'm gonna head out. Ewan O'Leary gonna step in for me for the last 2 hours and 49 minutes. We're gonna go on a brief fan immersion with the 76 on board Hayden Burns.
2 hours and 43 to go here on Hockenheim with the 12 hours of round 2 of the Creventic Endurance Series. We're back with live coverage here at RaceSpot TV for the 12 hours of Hockenheim. My name is Lorenzo Bonder, and now I'm actually joined by my co-commentator, Ewan O'Leary. And Ewan, how has been your day so far?
Yeah, it's been good, thanks. I've been away doing other stuff and keeping my eye on the race. I've seen the chaos that was the first few hours, but yeah, I've been really looking forward to jumping in actually here this evening, because Creventic Racing is sort of my favourite in the world, and we've got a great selection of cars, of course, a lot of traffic, endurance racing, which obviously I enjoy the most. So yeah, I've been looking forward to jumping in all day, and excited to get on with the final 2 hours 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting race so far. A highly attrition race in the first 3 hours. Basically, I've been joking when I actually came to the portion. It's been more attrition than basically the entire Game of Thrones family issues here on track, as we have the leader and Agustin Canapino coming into the pit lane. That's his program pit stop here. Ewan, basically 36 laps right around on the field, and we've been talking here non-stop between this battle that he has with the sister team in the academy team. That we know the academy team has been faster, short fueling per stint to try to get closer towards the Chill Blast car, but then again, we know that Chill Blast has been the forefront of some incidents, and we don't know how many incidents they have prior to their pit stop. So we could be seeing them having a drive-through if they actually got a very contendent incident with a car that might generate a 4X car contact and bring them to a drive-through.
Yeah, absolutely. We mentioned as well that would be really detrimental to the race, and it might actually cost them the race as well if indeed they do get one. So they've just got to be really careful. Make sure you stay on the circuit, stay out of incidents, do not get a 4X whatever you do, because they might really be that close. They might be on 47 incidents, let's say, and you know, it doesn't even have to be your fault. A car spinning in front of you and you just go into them, it could be, you could get that unlucky, and that could be the difference between winning and losing here today. So yeah, they've just got to be really careful out there at the moment and make sure they get through the rest of this race without incident. But they're about to leave the pit lane right now. The gap's going to be about 17 seconds-ish when it normalises between the Chill Blast and the Academy cars. It's a Williams Esports 1-2 at the moment. It looks like it's going to stay that way for the next few minutes at the very least, but how much closer can the Academy car get? That was another one of those close moments there down into turn 2.
Yeah, down into turn number 2, as they actually managed to overtake the Muna Motorsport Green McLaren out of turn number 3, and now you can see Canapino blasting away. You're pretty much dead on. 17 seconds separate Canapino and Michele Ricci apart from each other. I think the thing that we have to take a look at is that Ricci's pace hasn't been the best comparison to what David Bozga has been doing. I know David has been really fast, but hasn't been able. Was the more effective driver, closing in the gap on Canapino, but then again, the out cycle has been so big on both cars that right now you can basically see it's 27 laps to split the leading car in P2 so far. So if they really want to close out, it will take an extra level of commitment out of the Academy car, or again the drive-through. It resets the status quo if he actually does that, because it is effective. It is a slow pit entry, and it is effective time loss right about 30 seconds from start to finish.
Yeah, it could well cost them the race. Just to reiterate as well, for people who are not quite aware, 50 incidents will give you that one drive-through, and then every 20 after that. We're not expecting to see anybody coming down for more than one drive-through, but if you have a real disaster, then it might happen. But yeah, even one is going to cost these guys the race. Because if you just look at how close it is up the front of the field right now, you know, it is very, very tight, really, between all of these guys. Just 15 seconds between the leader and second place, and you know, the gaps behind that really not very big either. Third, 8 seconds, 12 seconds, 5 seconds. It's very, very close between all these guys, and those gaps also all well below the delta for a drive-through. So yeah, it's very close in GT4, and also the same applies in GT4 and TCR as well.
Yeah, because GT4s have been basically the main point of the attrition we had in the race. Basically, the first few laps, there's a little bit of a door-to-door contact between the GT4 and TCR. That's the Muna Motorsport Green, and the leading Race Fox car that got a little bit loose, and Kevin Crossley now testing the car out on the start-finish line to see if there is any performance issues on that Porsche 718 Cayman. But that got really close, and again, GT4's main contact, main point of talking in terms of context here. We saw incidents at the first hour with my team, most specifically with the Eurace PR Esports screen car and the virtual drivers by TX3 and some other cars that got involved with the GT3s, because it got so clustered in traffic trying to make out it cleanly. It took a few casualties on the way.
Yeah, 4 GT4s out of the race so far from the 48 that started. There are 10 retirements. 40% of the retirements are GT4, and there's 3 GT4 cars out of position. So what I mean by out of position is embedded within the TCR category, and so they're kind of making their way through overall positions. They're really not where they should be. So that's at least 7 of them who have had problems out of the 18 that have started today. And when you even consider that, there's only 11 left, and I'm sure the 11 left have had issues of their own as well. But it's all starting to kind of simple itself out now, if that's a phrase. Starting to get a little bit more easy to work out these guys back timing towards the end of the race. We're starting to get more of a view as to where these guys might be at the very end of the race. As you mentioned a second ago, Lorenzo, we think Race Fox are in the best situation, but you never know what can happen. Things like this can happen. You could have 3 GT3 cars behind you, and who knows what can take place when those guys get through. But it looks like it's all been clean so far. Yeah, Race Fox 55-second lead so far, but it's by no means over.
Yeah, by no means it is over. We've been seeing those GT4 cars going right about 70 minutes in their stints. That's an average number, which for us is odd, right? Does us race GT4 cars and things like that, we know they kind of measure up to what the TCRs can do. TCRs can go about 90 minutes on their stint, and they basically waste the fronts in its majority, and they barely have to switch the back tires, and they only switch, I think, every 3 or 4 stints, depending on the consumption out of that car. But then again, it's one of those interesting stories, because some of the cars we've seen going the full stint, some of them have been trying to cut it closely and try to maximize the tire and fuel usage. That it's been spread wide open. I've been joking. Mathematical and frowning head battles over here on the track, but still, it's exciting to break it down nevertheless.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as with regards to what you were mentioning, GT4 has been the category with certainly the most tactical differences, the most tactical intrigue that we've had so far. There's so many ways that you can go about it, which I think is personally great. We see so much GT3 racing these days. Lots of GT3 endurance racing, both in real life and in sims. A lot of series are using the GT3 cars, so everybody's kind of worked out the best way to do a 12-hour race. There's kind of one way to do it, and everybody kind of sticks to that for the most part anyway. There's not too much going on there, but in GT4 there are so many different ways that you can go about it in the strategy, and I think that's personally an absolutely great thing. It can be a little bit confusing to follow at some times, but the great thing about an endurance race, it always converges together right at the very end, and that final hour is going to be the most crucial, of course.
And this is the tricky thing for us commentators, right? To try to grab what the strategies are going on right in the middle of the race. You might not be into the early portion of the broadcast, and you have to try to break down, what's going on here, what the strategies they're using, and things like that. And again, that's what makes endurance race interesting. I like endurance racing. I come from the endurance racing background much as you do, Ewan. So this is what it makes exciting for us, trying to break down these things. Even though we kind of consider 12-hour races, they're endurance racing its core, but in its true nature, those who drive it notes, they're not endurance, they're more like 12-hour sprints.
Yeah, absolutely. I think even though we I guess we're going a tiny bit off topic here, but I find a lot of people say to me, endurance races, they get a little bit boring as they go along. Further into the race, it gets a little bit stale. The battles waver a little bit, but I think they get more interesting as they go along. The strategies begin to come to the fore. You start to work out what's happening here, and then suddenly you realise that P1 and 2, for example, are going to be side by side with each other as they come out of the pits for the final time. So it always seems to work out in a similar way to that anyway. So yeah, I think they might get more interesting as they go along, and certainly that's why we tune into events like this. And with a Creventic series as well, this mix of cars we don't often see too often, really, especially in iRacing. I've not seen too much of these three categories racing together anyway. And as I mentioned at the start, I'm a big fan of Creventic racing in real life. I think it's always very entertaining, and it's translating to iRacing brilliantly well.
Yeah, the only thing we don't have here is the 911 Cup cars. They basically use in the 24-hour series, and maybe one car or another they also use in the 24-hour series, the Hankook 24 series, that is actually overseen by Creventic. But it's still, for me, what I like about Creventic is that they allow the gentlemen driving to come into these races, allow them to gather race experience and mix them up with top tier teams, and mix up in some of the best tracks in the whole world, and make the racing grid in very jam-packed fields. It isn't just 55 cars that run in the 24-hour series. You basically have 60, 70 cars running, for example, at Mugello, of all tracks.
Yes. Yeah, or 100 cars at Dubai, or something like that.
It's something crazy. Like that.
It's very, very crazy, but also very good. I guess the only thing that also doesn't translate to iRacing, well, I say yet, who knows, but they don't have to drive round to the little fuel station to get up a petrol pump you might find in the local Tesco's and fill your car up that way, like they do in real life. They've got this. We do it in the normal iRacing way here, obviously, but yeah, that would be the only thing that really doesn't translate. But then again, nothing that I've seen has translated that either. So hard to mark iRacing down for that one. It would just add that little bit more. But I guess the drivers would find it getting very, very old very soon, having to, because it's always very tight, isn't it, to try and get these GT3 car or any of these cars with the turning circle they've got. It's very difficult for them, but yeah, that's the only thing really. But no, the racing on the circuit is certainly very good, and the strategy as well, very, very interesting to watch.
Yeah, very interesting to watch. As we're looking, this is actually battle for position of sorts. It has a little bit of a gap built up between Ronin Simsport and Callum Williams, T3 Esports, and Krzysztof Maliszewski, and Ronin Academy and Gabriel Erdelli. But you can see that Erdelli, out of these three cars, has been the fastest, nearly by a full second, 0.3 of a second quicker than what Maliszewski is doing, in almost a full second, actually nearly 2 seconds, on what Callum Williams is doing on the BMW M4. Yeah,
absolutely. There's some gaps that are definitely closing up, and some stretching out. This one seems to be fairly close for ninth place. It's a battle that's sort of simmering at the moment. Not really punches thrown just for the moment, but they're certainly just close to each other, about a second and a bit away from the car in front as well, actually. So it could turn into a freeway battle, actually, if they do indeed get their act together just a little bit here, but I doubt they're going to be working together too much to try and get this to be a battle for 8th. It looks like they're fairly content on fighting with each other rather than working together for now.
Yeah, and just to let you guys know, Callum Williams is the leading car of these three. Gap is about 1.8 seconds on Maliszewski. Is on his 19th lap of his stint, whereas the T3 Lamborghini is on his 9th lap of the stint, and Ronin Academy 10th lap. And again, out of these threes, it's really, really picking it up now that Erdelli is on the draft range. And knowing Erdelli, he's not going to hang back one bit whatsoever.
No, absolutely not. This is now the battle for 8th, by the way, with a pit stop for Team Keckline in the 11. They're dropping down the order just a little bit because of that pit stop, but yeah, he's not going to hand back here. And certainly in the traffic that I've just seen in front, a number of GT4 McLarens and some GT3 BMWs as well that these guys are actually catching, so things are going to get very, very busy soon.
And this will get very, very busy as soon as they go into the hairpin, and you can see the traffic that is right ahead of this Ronin Simsport, Ronin Simsport car. There is one TCR that is right behind. That is the Steam Ledger frozen full speed. Then we have the iRacing Steph Red, and that got really close between all cars. And now T3 has to defend off on 3 wide as they go into Mobile Curva. Erdali on the outside, and let's see if he's going to have room to work with on the outside of the Mobile 1 Curva. He will have it. Now Ronin will actually go back 1 spot up, and the T71 will now be on the honey spot as they nearly check up. There's Tanner McCullough blocking them on the exit of Saxkurre.
Very impressive move from Erdali around the outside of the Mobile 1 curve there. It's a very fast corner, especially in these GT3 cars. You're absolutely on edge in all of these cars. In fact, you're right on edge through turn 11, but still hanging around the outside and 3 wide going into that corner as well. It's not a corner I'd pick to be going, especially with some other categories involved. The TCR and GT4, all 3 categories were there. But it didn't phase Erdali by any stretch of the imagination. He was not taking no for an answer, didn't need a second opportunity, and he just walked on by into 8th place now. Might set his sights on the BMW in front as well.
Full aggression for Erdali, and manages to make the overtake. And that allows Callum Williams again to build up the gap once again. And I just saw that. Thank you very much by Ronin Simsport. Actually let us know Callum Williams actually drives in the FIA F3 Championship and just got his first podium in Las Castellane race number 1.
Oh, congratulations! Didn't realise that.
It's that immersion of, you know, real world racing and sim racing coming all together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, seeing it more and more these days, aren't we? Especially since 2020 it happened. Around this time last year, it was absolutely madness. That's a phrase. But
Erdali, that got a little bit spooky
on the grass. Yeah.
Just clipping a little bit of the sand. That could have been deadly for Erdali, but managed to keep the car on track and actually cut a little bit of a time on Callum Williams as the gap slows down a little bit. It is right around 2 seconds between splitting the main car and the sister car. Then again, off strategies might allow the Academy car to close in and pace all alone as well.
Going through turn 1 again, it doesn't look like Erdali's going to have to do much defending here. T3 Esports in the 71 don't look like they're really going to make another attempt at this one. Oh, they could kind of benefit from this, I guess. Faster car getting in front, they might get towed along a little bit because the Ronin Academy car is starting to close in once again on the BMW in front. The gap was about 2.5 seconds as Erdali made the move because you know, they'd just been fighting and probably slowing each other down just a little bit. But now that they're back single file again, they're starting to reel in the BMW once again. The gap now down below 2 seconds again.
A gap a little bit down below 1.9 splitting both cars, but you can see the cluster of cars that he has. That's the first car ahead of Callum Williams is the Apex car. He just managed to overtake. Now there's 2 TCRs, the Apex Racing Academy 99 and the Wasabi Racing Technology number 102. That is splits off the field a little bit. Let's see how Erdali is going to get away with that. That is right about turn number 10, getting away that cleanly because Ogata actually lets them both through into Mobile 1 Keta, and Erdali doing the dive bomb on the inside, managed to go through away and get away with it cleanly, and T3 following suit. There's still 1 more TCR ahead of him. Again, things getting they nearly got dicey between Henry Pitkanen and Kamela Chesky on the inside of the hairpin, and we've been talking about this even. I know there have been talks, you know, of you trying to maximize the time loss and things like that, and try to minimize that as much as you can. But the aggression we've been seeing from these GT3s, and even Paul Smith, our race spot zone Paul Smith, who's been driving this top split in the Team Mad TCR, they're a little bit nutty today.
Yeah, I think that's a nice way of putting it. Yeah, for these guys, I mean, you do kind of have to sometimes in the GT3 getting through on these guys, but I guess not all of the time, especially in a 12-hour race. Now that we're getting down towards the end, maybe it's a little bit more acceptable now to be making those dives. But you know, the car behind here that we're seeing in this particular example is trying to follow the car in front, doesn't want to really let that car go through. So T3 Esports just going to follow the Lamborghini in front just everywhere it goes, basically. And if that means making a dicey dive bomb into a particular corner, then I think they're probably going to go for it here because you know, they're just trying to keep up with the guys in front. And when you can see that that carrot in front of you, so to speak, you're very encouraged to kind of make those dive bombs that you wouldn't otherwise maybe wouldn't.
Yeah, and again, is those in weird things that we normally see on the track that again, I don't know if it is related to driver pride or anything like that, that you don't want to lose time to the competitor even though you are within the same stint lane, because every driver has a little bit of pride. I don't. Basically, I'm a pleb, so I cannot speak much about it, but there are some driver pride that you really don't want to let the competition get away from you that easily, and you want to drive the car as best as you can, try to get closer to them. But then again, you put risks on the track that you really don't want to be put.
Yeah, there is an element of pride in there, I reckon. It's what I was thinking about a little bit earlier on while I was doing something out, another broadcast, is that when you're catching a car but you're about to come into the pit lane, you think, it's probably not worth going through here because I'm just going to lose time, and I'm coming in anyway, so it doesn't really matter if I get in front of these guys or not. But you just want to. That driver instinct almost takes over, and it's a similar situation with this. Driver instinct takes over. You see a gap, you want to go for it. You want to get through the positions as quickly as possible. When the cars are all close up with you, you just want to get through all the positions all quickly. It doesn't matter if there's 11 hours to go. So, I know we're not quite at that stage of the race still, but when you see a gap in front of you, your instinct does take over somewhat, and you do want to go for it. But it's these guys with the great self-control and the great kind of management of this kind of self-management, almost, if you want to call it that. Just keeping control, or keeping a lid on things just a little bit, and making sure that they keep things calm while also keeping things efficient and flowing through traffic nicely.
Yeah, and you just saw that Callan just went on the inside on the entry of Mobile 1 Keta of Lucas Papel of the PCF Racing Black. Now Erdeli is getting towards that car. He's going to get away cleanly on Sachs Keta. Now it's on Krzysztof Maliszewski to see if actually going to close down the gap on that car. On the GT3s, the car that has gone the farthest right now is Praktik Richter. Did you see something, Ewan? I caught your eye.
Oh, sorry, I was just exclaiming at the amount of traffic that's going down towards turn 1 right now. TCR car out wide. I can see another good 5 TCR and GT4 cars in front. This is not fun to be a GT3 driver in.
And I really don't want to be Mikel Garcia right now. He's actually P2ing those TCRs a little bit on the back of the frame. Got nearly shoved up by that I think that is the number 12. And you can see now Erdeli driving on the grass nearly, try to maximize fuel efficiency. Please don't, drivers, please don't give me a recap of what the first 3 hours had done in less than 20 minutes.
Yeah, you can't doubt Erdeli's commitment at that point. You just saw him driving completely down the grass, doesn't care. He's just going to go for anywhere he can go to get through on this traffic. And certainly driving hard right now. Another GT4 car in front. And the great thing about this mix of cars is that the speed difference isn't monumental between them, as there's a little free wide moment in behind. Yeah. The speed difference between these categories isn't monumental. GT3 to TCR, okay, the speed difference is fairly large, but it's not like I wouldn't say an LMP1 to a GTE, that's a scary kind of speed difference. But this is slow enough where it's controllable, but it's also not too indifferent that things are difficult to get through on. Lappery isn't particularly difficult, but it isn't scary either. It's a nice balance, but it certainly makes for some very, very interesting moments where it clumps all together. We see this towards the end of endurance races. Cars clumping together, groups of 7, 8 cars. That's exactly what we saw there, and it's not fun to be in the fastest class trying to make your way through there as Erdeli is coming into the pit lane.
It's coming to the pit lane. For me, it's weird. He has 15 laps on his stint. If this is, I think it has to be.
It is.
It is.
Oh,
it's our 4th car in. We have about 2 hours and 19 to go. We've covered this for nearly 10 hours now. This is the 4th car, and I think that is the 4th GT3 car we've seen getting a drive-through.
Oh dear, oh dear. Not the best race for Erdeli so far for Ronin Academy as a whole, but yeah, they worked so hard didn't they, to get through on T3 Esports, and in the end it's turned out all to be for nothing. So disappointment for that team, and the worst thing about it is that they've just overtaken all those cars in traffic, and they've got to do it all over again now.
All over again, and it is. And the thing is, it is not just one car, right? you have like a sea of cars right ahead of you.
About 10.
It's kind of like, to put it mildly. So he's gonna have to claw himself back up again, as we're looking to something of. Oh, this is interesting battle for P3 in the GT Force. Remember when we talked about those off strategies? Now fiercely forward on the hunt of Porsche Sport, which is right about 5 laps into the Maxim Mariotta, just on the hunt. And I nearly shoved the microphone into my mouth over here of excitement, because Mariotta, this is the first battle we've seen effectively in the GT Force for the past 3 or 4 hours.
It's all starting to come together. So I mentioned towards the end of the race, the strategies converge, and we start to see things like this. Maxim Marriott trying to get through on that Porsche Sport car in front, the 718, and you can just see by the way that Marriott is braking into the corners so much better than the 718, excuse me, in front. And surely there's got to be a move into the hairpin. It looks supremely faster than the Porsche in front. It's an old Porsche battle, different strategies though, and certainly one car with the pace and one car falling off at the moment.
Yeah, let's see who's going to fall off on this one. If Chris Walsh is going to be able to retain that P3 spot out of Maxime Mariotta. Mariotta using the full extensive run out of the Parabolica. They're coming into the braking zone of the hairpin. Dives down on the inside. Mariotta nearly side by side. There's a little bit of an overlap to work with Mariotta. He uses the apex, clips up the Kirby, and finally makes the move. The number 6 car fiercely forward into P3.
Yeah, Chris Walsh gave him a very wide berth there just to make sure that it went through, realising that different strategies are at play right now. Didn't have to do too much in the end to get through fiercely forward, and so they're into 3rd place. A good amount of time up towards the next car, though, over a minute, I believe, up towards the car in 2nd place. Yeah, a minute and 32, so that's a real big gap actually to catch up to Geodesic Racing. But fiercely forward, thankfully going forwards. And if you tell me, Lorenzo, that's the first time anybody's said that today, I'll be very disappointed.
Not the first.
I'm glad.
Yeah, and trust me, it won't be the last. As the
No.
Roni Academy goes through, we'll go most of them in between them, nice and easy. And looking over here, just the Porsche Sport account on our YouTube chat said they let them go, and I think it hits basically what you said here, Ewan. Different strategies, you're basically apart by nearly 20 laps. It's 18 laps, the difference that you have from Chris Walsh to Mariotta. So what's the point of fighting at the early portion of the stint? Burn your tires out, burn the fuel if not efficiently, furthermore lose gap to the car that you're trying to fight with for P2, even though you're still far behind, and at the same spot damage your car. Just you're unnecessarily trying to defend yourself for a position.
Exactly, and even though it seems weird to say, you might even benefit from letting the car in front. You can tow off the back, getting the draft, and make a little bit of speed that you otherwise wouldn't have. I just want to go quite into the next braking zone, by the way. I'm pretty sure I heard Chris Walsh lifting off there quite substantially, so I just want to see how much, to what degree he is. Oh no, we just got off board. Yeah, I was pretty sure I heard him to a fairly big way. Pretty sure Chris Walsh was lifting off quite early into the hairpin there, unless my ears were deceiving me.
Yep, he's lifting way before way before the 150 meter board. Right about 200 meters from the braking zone. Let's see if he's actually going to lift over here. To let the number 4 car of Volante Racing blue car go by. He actually goes for a little bit of the lift, and again maximizing the fuel efficiency for these cars. With 2 hours to go, it's really important because again they've been going for about 70 minutes around the track, but we know they can go farther than that. So let's see what the fuel efficiency for that car can actually go and how efficient it can be, right, in terms of lap times effectively against the other cars in the grid.
Yeah, will this strategy pay out? I mean, for me, it also certainly takes a certain driver, in my opinion, to be able to make this kind of strategy work. You need a set of drivers, clearly, in an endurance race. You need a set of drivers who are able to do this. Personally, for my driving style, when I used to race semi-regularly, I couldn't do this. I couldn't back off and lift off into all of the corners. My control of myself was just not good enough. That racing instinct would take over, as we were talking about a little bit earlier on. You really do need a good self-control. You need to be very, very... you need to know where to save fuel and where not to save fuel. You need to be very, very smart in terms of that. So it's not all about the talent, of course, in an endurance race or in any kind of race, really, where you have to fuel save. It's also about that tactical knowledge, that racing knowledge. How big is your racing brain? And if indeed you do have the racing brain and the raw talent, it can mix together and give you a good result. But yes, certainly, it's a mammoth task that Chris Walsh and Paul Sport have been taking on today, certainly.
And I think this is a clear-cut example of what you saw even before we went to the Team Matt car. I think Michael Blake's in that car. It's not Paul Smith anymore. I think Paul Smith had enough stints for a day. Now having a little bit of an issue right in the turtle curb. And they have to defend from the Muyuna Motorsport going and Hunfleet feed, which is coming closer and closer and closer towards that Team Matt car. But again, 5 laps, it doesn't look like much on the TCRs, but 5 laps on a front, not a front engine car, but on a front traction car, it can be a little bit of a big difference, even though the cars might be slightly lighter.
Yeah, absolutely. It's these two still running very, very close together, really. But yeah, that curb is absolutely vicious on the exit of turn 10. Just saw absolutely bouncing over. For the TCR, it's really, and the curves aren't much nicer down here at turn 1. A little bit wide for the Team Mad car there, and they're going to be under severe pressure going into turn 2. You might expect side-by-side racing between the two of them. Late braking for Team Mad on the outside. That was very impressive. The braking performance on that car, absolutely unrivaled, and there was absolutely no way that they were going to be challenged there with how deep they went into that corner. So very impressive indeed. Managed to hold on to the position at least for another few corners.
And you can see, and you just saw the Venomal Racing Sim Racing Wide just clearing them off a little bit of that. Got a little bit scary because they ran off wide into that Muna Motorsport Gold car. But what a drift from Michael Blake, and then breaking into no man's land into turn number 2 to manage to retain the position. But then again, Feed didn't go for the move whatsoever. I think he's content in saving fuel for the time being.
Yeah, it's these things you have to work out kind of on the fly. They've also got one of the TCR cars behind them, I think, trying to lap them again or unlap itself. But either way, the GT4 car behind as well. We could see a Lamborghini in the background. This battle's about to get a lot more interesting now. Team Mad were able to defend from Mulder Motorsport in isolation. You know, able to do a very good job of defending late on the brakes. But you know, in the traffic, sometimes it's not even. Oh, there's a car off. The McLaren off at Sachs Curve.
Yeah, is that the PCF Racing Black car that is actually spun around the field? I know the iRacing staff car is on track. I was trying to find where the PCF Racing car was. But that was a McLaren. That is not the usual spot you really want to spin out.
Might have got help going on there, or could have just clipped the grass on the way in and spun the way through. But yeah, clearly one of the McLarens not having a great time of things. Although we're not sure which one it was out there. It can only be a number. So yeah, we'll wait and see on that one. But very close to a bit of a crash there. Actually, the Porsche nearly got straight into the back of the Mulder Motorsport 276, and the TCR cars just don't really know where to go in this one. They're getting passed so regularly by these guys that it's almost frightening for them to see them all bearing down on them and nearly out-braking themselves, rear-ending them almost into turn 2 that time.
Yeah, the thing is, you can see there is the full send number 85 9 car that is in P2 that now splits both car apart. They got overtaken by the Race Fox and the Hanseatic Sim Racing Porsche on the exit of turn number 2 3. So it will break off the draft a little bit, but it helps Muna still within the drafting range of a leading car. Will save him some fuel. Eventually Michael Blake is gonna have to let Raquel Garcia go by, and eventually by letting him go by, we'll bring them closer once again, and then we can reset our battle for the TCR field at P number 7.
Yeah, the question is now, can he follow him through? Can he follow Garcia through here? Because surely there's going to be a hole opened up now by the 999. on the Team Mad car, and there's going to be a hole here for Mulder Motorsport to slip themselves into, quite possibly, if they are indeed in close attendance, if they are close enough. They need to be a bit closer than this, I will admit. Full Send Racing have pulled a few car lengths right now, and Team Mad have also benefited from that at the moment. So Mulder do need to be a little bit closer than they are right now, but it's certainly just presented an opportunity.
He certainly does present himself an opportunity, as the Marcy now is the car that's splitting right between them as they go into turn number one rather cleanly. Goes into turn number one, Hayden Burns, and clears them off right before turn number two. And Garcia will now go again, kind of reset the car a little bit and go for the dive on the hairpin.
That's what we're expecting him to do anyway, and I don't think the car in front is going to, Team Mad car is going to make it too difficult for him to make his way through, and surely this is the best place to do it as well, really, on the straight. They can lose as little time as possible doing this now as we go towards the hairpin. Garcia pulls to the inside, looks to the inside at the very least. Our Team Mad going to swing wide? Not really.
We have an issue on the hairpin. On the exit.
Two Porsches off.
Yeah, that's the Herzog Motorsport, and just in front of them, Hanseatic Sim Racing cars that got involved in it and split the field a little bit. I think Hanseatic just got by surprise by Hayden Burns and got touched by Herzog.
Mulder Motorsport round the outside, which is exactly what we were talking about, following Garcia through, and he's trying to do it into turn 10, side by side out of the corner.
Yeah, out of the corner, but Muna doesn't get a good run, so Veed has to tuck back, entering the Mobile 1 Keta. Brace a little bit later than usual. Now on the hunt, there goes Veed, following, tucked in behind the car. There is a McLaren right behind, Porsche right behind them. I think that's a Hanseatic car that has to go around them once again. Try to go on the inside of Sachs Keta. Doesn't have the room to work with. And you can see Veed blocking off a little bit of the line out of the Porsche so he doesn't lose time effectively to Michael Blake in the Team Mad car.
Let's have another look at what happened. This is how... it might be the Lamborghini getting into the 19 here. Oh, no, sorry. Oh, steaming in there. The 420 comes absolutely steaming in. And well done for getting out of the way there in the 19, because that could have been probably, I think they felt so bad about it, the driver of the 420, that was just slowed right down, because he is 37th overall, I believe, at the moment, or around there, a very, very long way down in the overall standings. Went absolutely steaming into that corner, and that's what we mean about being smart in the traffic. You need to realise that cars are going to be trying to take advantage of traffic in any way they can, and in that situation they didn't really need to be steaming into that corner so quickly and causing that. Thankfully it didn't it didn't quite caught up anybody else in the incident. It didn't catch anybody else out, should I say, thankfully, but no, everybody got away cleanly and they're all able to continue on with their day. But obviously they would rather have not had that half spin and lose about 5 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think they would agree 100% with that incident and losing time in the process. And that's what actually brought Veed a little bit closer to try to make the move on the exit off turn number 9 and then going to turn number 10. And unfortunately couldn't capitalize on that movement. And we have an unfortunate news over here, in which the Team Keck line basically had a DNF in this race, apparently on the entry of the Mobile Keta. That's the weirdest entry. The weirdest decided to spin out of the black.
That's the... I can't even explain that. I've got no words for that. But it's a real shame. What I can say, it's a real shame for them, because they were running inside of the top 10 for a long time today, and at 7th place I think they were at the time of the incident. They're going to finish 12th today and out of the race, I'm afraid. So yeah, that's a real shame for them. Oh my word, nearly 3 wide. And now an opportunity for Mulder Motorsport, but a Team RSO car coming out of the pit lane there just kind of blocked them in their way. A GT4 car blocking a TCR car, would you believe it, in trying to get through.
We know that the TCRs are more aerodynamically efficient than the GT4s in some corners, but you're not going to make it over there. But now you can see Veed on the outside, basically Blake blocking the inside line, going to Spitzketa. Here they go into the braking zone, side by side. Braking has been basically equal for both drivers. I think Veed is going to go for the open under, but there's a 420 car of Herzog Motorsport, which might break them off a little bit on the exit out of the hairpin. But V will have a second chance here. He went to go for the move. He tried to look on the inside of the kink. Tried to set himself up. Blake already covers up on the inside line.
Oh.
See if Veed is not going to be able to actually make that move.
Team Mad went steaming into that corner though, defending, and they're on the inside line again. Surely now with the cutback, they're going to be able to do it. And there it is, perfectly done on the Motorsport inside line for the Mobil 1 curve. And now they should have the move done.
They break at the same time, but Blake doesn't get the run on the outside that he really wanted to go for. Actually, in defense, tries to go for the lunge on the inside, doesn't have any room to work with. And finally, after some insisting, Muna Motorsport Gold Car goes up to the 7th place in TCRs.
They were very, very persistent, and it was a well-deserved move, actually, if you can call it that. They really, really tried. Again and again, kept knocking on the door, and eventually it did open. They managed to get their foot in the door and inviting themselves to the party. So through they go in TCR, and we'll see if they can set their sights up the road a little bit here, Mullen Motorsport. I think it's going to be difficult because I'm pretty sure there's over a minute of a gap up to the very next car, but yeah, it's nevertheless very, very good for them. Yeah, a minute 22 up to the next car, but it's good for them to have prevailed in this little battle with Team Mad. I'm sure they'll converge with each other a little bit later on as well, though.
Yeah, this is not over. If you guys think this is over, this is not over by one bit. As you guys gonna see the 420 car blocking on the inside. There's blocking from the TCR on the deck marker. I cannot believe what I'm watching. That really got close between the Muna Motorsport Gold and the Herzog Motorsport. That kind of blinks Michael Blake into it, getting affected by the sausage curve on the outside of the hairpin. I don't know what to say.
Crazy battling at the moment, especially in TCR. We think about TCR cars normally as 20-minute all-out brawl sprint races, but you know, when you put them in an endurance race setting, I sort of feel like they're confused sometimes. You know, they can go all this distance. You know, their components are absolutely fine to do it, but you also get that sprint race feeling when you get into one of these TCR cars. You just want to go for it. You know, lay your bumper onto the back of the guy's bumper in front and get a little bit physical with the racing, and sometimes it's not the best idea in a 12-hour race, but right now we're getting down towards the end of it. It's entertaining for us, and these guys are starting to figure out what they can best achieve in this race. I think this position for both Team Mad and Mullen Motorsport might be the best that they can get out of this race, so they're fighting hard for it.
And they're fighting hard for it as they're going to get overtaken by the Volanti Racing blue car. You can see the blinking of the lights from Veed on the driver of the Dmitro Goncharov. He's not happy one bit of what the number 420 car just decided to try to do on the hairpin. There wasn't a time loss anyway, but more importantly, this is what, and I haven't noticed this, and thank you so much to YouTube chat for noticing this. This battle we have for the past 10-20 minutes, no contact whatsoever between the TCRs in race throughout the entirety of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a good fight actually. I've been enjoying it, and yeah, I think it's the only one in TCR for the moment. We're still waiting to see how those battles up front really kind of end up, because we haven't really seen the last of this fight, certainly at the front. I mean, in GT3, by the way, while we were watching all this, just got over 2 hours to go. We're about to tick over that now. But the Williams Esports Academy car did come in about 25 minutes ago. So I'm pretty sure, I'm confident that was on schedule. Just remains to be seen where their schedule ends them. Does it end them at the front? Or was it off schedule? Was it
drive-through?
Oh, no.
Their second drive-through of the race.
Ah, apologies for that one. I thought it was a scheduled stop, but I thought we would have been alarmed. Oh dear.
I got my lifetime. He said they had no pit loss, like no pit stalls time. So I was frowning my head over here. What could have happened to the Esports Academy car? And none to my surprise, they've been one of those cars that've been pushing the limits out of the track. I don't know if they're actually going to die here on turn number 1. They kind of kneel, and that could have been an off track here. And the off tracks to build up, especially at turn 1, can be quite costly for you. And I think that's what happened for Michele Ricci in this perspective.
Yeah, I think you're right. Apologies for missing that one, but no, that's a very big moment indeed. And second drive through, 70 incidents on the day, more than 70 incidents over a 12-hour. Well, I shouldn't be saying anything really. I'll probably get more, but you know, I'm not. There's a reason I'm here and not driving. But no, 2 drive-throughs. You really can't, especially if you're going for a race win. You know, at the level these guys are competing at, some of the very best sim racers in iRacing in the world. You know. You can't be getting 2 drive-throughs in a race if you're hoping to win. It's the margins are too fine for that. So a real shame for them. I'm sure they have driven well. Other than that, well, I know they have. I've been watching, but you know, just these silly little mistakes here and there, a couple of little incidents, especially early on, really come back to bite them at the end of this race.
Yeah, it really did. I think those first 3 hours is basic. Again, we talked this one at the beginning of our portion here, Ewan. Those 3 first hours, I've been watching this from the beginning. I probably have been the most attrition I ever seen in a 12-hour race I've ever covered in iRacing, period. Because, like, of course, it is not the easiest track for you to make overtakes, right? It's not the best track for you to clear off traffic, especially here in the third sector of the Mercedes arena that you really want to clear off. So you got a little bit clunky, you got a little bit spooky between some of these teams, and thus contacts happen. Some of the teams got sent out on traffic, sent out of the race, and this attrition builds up and the incidents builds up, and the thing is, managing with 2 hours to go, we are less than 2 hours to go now, 1 hour and 57, it's not the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. It does still get difficult towards the end. We think about these guys as being robots, you know, 12 sprint races, 12 1-hour sprint races, you know, we talk about it all the time, but these guys are humans after all, and they do make mistakes. It's just about, arguably, in some endurance racing settings, I know this particular example, maybe not the best, because it has been very competitive so far, and there's been a lot of close racing going on, but you know, some endurance races, it just turns out to be the guys who have kept their nose clean the most. And you know, avoiding drive-throughs is a part of that, of course, and obviously the incidents that come with that. But yeah, it's certainly the first 3 hours of this race has really put paid to a lot of these guys' races. I know that 10 of them are out from the starting 48. I mean, I'm seeing this right now, 38 guys out there on the circuit, or 37 as it is now. I'm thinking, you know, this is quite busy, to be fair. There's quite a lot of traffic going on, but I can't even imagine what 10 more cars would have been like. First run through traffic, all of the GT3s, all of the TCRs together. Now that I think about it, I'm sometimes not surprised that we don't see more races like this.
Yeah, and just to let you guys know, this is not... iRacing takes about 55 cars. We have a 48 car on the grid. As you can see, Race Flocks is going to actually bring them closer a little bit. Diving on the inside of the Mercedes hairpin, so it's again not the full grid, and see one it's like we have about 38 cars running. It's not even 1/4 of the grid who's gone out of the race, so seeing about only 10 cars off the race in a race that again had more attrition than the Death Star battle in episode 1, episode 4, and episode 6 of Star Wars. It's quite impressive for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that will split the viewers completely down the middle. Half of them will understand what you're on about, and half of them won't. But there we go. That's the joy of it, isn't it?
I'm a nerd. What can you do?
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, still just under 2 hours of racing remaining. Still a lot can happen, and we're still not decided about any of these categories, really, have we? 16 seconds in GT3, just under a minute in GT4, although that's a little bit misleading, and 17 seconds in TCR. To be honest, I'm most looking forward to seeing how the TCR category gets on, because the top 5 very, very close together, just 30-40 seconds separating the top 5 after over 10 hours. That's pretty amazing, really.
Yeah, it is, in my opinion, to be very honest with you, because if you were to look here, and of course there was a big train towards the start of the race, and eventually that train breaks off. It is 12 hours. You're not going to have the same train going for 12 hours, especially in a track like this. For me, what's been impressive is that some of the drivers picked up the pace as the weather went down. If we want to talk weather, we're nearly reaching our evening here. We're actually in the evening in the sim racing perspective. The track conditions are basically kind of cold, right? The coldest we've been throughout the entirety of the race. 21 Celsius degrees on ambient, 26 Celsius on track. The winds though picked up a little bit southwest, so they're basically pointing against turn number 1. So these drivers are facing some heavy winds during entry. It is 22 kilometers here, Ewan. So not the easiest conditions for you to drive in if you really want to make moves where the tailwind can actually be highly damaging for you.
Yeah, maybe that has contributed to a couple of the incidents so far, and a couple of you've just got to be careful of these incidents. I mean, it's not going to affect things as much as it would for a really light open wheel car. These cars are heavy compared in race car speak. I guess you could call them a little bit on the heavy side, but it's still going to affect, the wind is still going to affect things. I guess if things were to be made exceptionally difficult, is blazing sunshine and 45-degree track, well, more than 45-degree, 40-degree air temperature and things like that would start to really throw things up in the air. But let's not do that, because that would be exceptionally difficult for everybody, including. I don't know, including everyone. It's just going to be difficult. But yeah, you're right. The race is winding down. The wind is still fairly up. But with over 10 hours of racing kind of in the books right now, people are going to be getting tired, and so you can't quite adjust to those changes as much as you would be able to normally, because let's not forget, you might have been practicing in entirely different conditions. So things could be not how you're expecting them to go. The track can go one way and you're expecting it to go another, and things have completely not gone your way, and that's just the way that it goes sometimes. And especially with over 10 hours of racing in the books, you're not as able to adapt to those changes as you once were.
Yeah, it's those tricky things, and I think we're not gonna probably have night racing. Probably gonna have some dusk racing here on the track, because we're starting to see the sun set rather quickly on the German track. But still, we have this battle. It's the only battle on the track. We're right about a second splitting Veed and Michael Blake in the Muna Motorsport Gold and the Team Mad 1 car. And I think for me, the more interesting thing in terms of racing here now, Ewan, I've been looking, it's the GT4 battle. I think now I can finally say something over here. With some confidence. I think this is Race Fox's race to lose.
Certainly looks like it.
I can tell you why. Basically, they pitted around the hour. They pitted a little bit before the hour, about 5 minutes before the hour. But we know they can go a little bit more than that. So I think for them, it doesn't make a single point try to go over than that. That's why, unless a disaster happens, it's their race to lose.
Yeah, with nearly a minute advantage as well, it's not like somebody's going to bring that back with a mammoth stint towards the end. You think in 10-20 seconds, somebody could get into that 1-4-2 and bring that back. But at a minute, this is out of the realms of possibility, quite possibly, especially with an hour and 50 to go. Maybe with 3 hours and 50 to go, you can bring back a minute, but not with the amount of time we have remaining right now. So yeah, it certainly is their race to lose, but this is arguably the most difficult portion of their race now. Keeping things clean, keeping it on the circuit, keeping it out of other cars, just being careful. You don't want to back off too much, because that's when mistakes can actually happen. We've spoke about that a million times in broadcast before. You don't want to back off too much, but also you do want to take things careful. You don't want to be flying down the inside of TCR cars or being too aggressive with GT3 cars, for example. You do just need to be a little bit on the careful side.
You need to be very cautious how you take over your car and try to do those lines, especially in these final hours, because if you have contact in the first hour of the race, we've seen plenty of contacts. Well, you can say, oh, okay, we can make up some ground. We still have a long race to go. With 1 hour and 49 minutes left, you're basically gonna frown your head and say, all right, this is race over. We're done. We cannot. How are we gonna recover from this, right? So it's those tricky commitments that you need to find. As we're seeing, I think that's the Esports Green car now is gonna split both cars. There is, I think, the Fiercely Forward car in between them as well on the exit of the hairpin. So gap will increase right about 1.5 to 2 seconds between both cars.
Impressively coloured rims there, aren't there, on that car? Contact as well between the two Porsches, just slightly running into the back there. The 92 running into the back of the black and yellow car in front, but no harm really done there. Another GT3 car coming up behind it. Oh, that's another dive and a half-hearted lunge, the worst kind of lunge. You either want to go for it or don't at all, not something like that, because it's just costing everybody time now.
And now you can see there's also BMW of the Junko's Racing Esports screen car joining the fray right now. So everything's getting closer between the blocks that have been doing for an Vanfield V. Of course, blue flags did not mean you have to give away positions. As now, oh, please don't tell me that Fiercely Forward got a drive-through of this, because they've been on 15 laps. And I know the contact generated by him in the Re-Race PR Esports screen was a 4x contact, because Christian only has one incident left on his stint to use, and it is a drive-through for Fiercely Forward.
It is, yeah, it is a drive-through, and it wasn't really any fault of their own, was it? They were just biding their time behind that TCR. The 92 behind them was not quite being so patient, it looked like, there. So Fiercely Forward have had to come into the pit lane. 92 is currently a long way down, by the way. Sorry, not a long way down. They are a lap down on the Fiercely Forward car at the very least. But yeah, 6th place. Didn't really need to be getting involved in that one. Either way, at this stage in the race, you know about the incident situation for everybody else. I don't really see the need to be running into the back of cars in that situation. But you know, clearly they wanted to get on by and weren't moving out the way quick enough, in the opinion of the number 92. And Christian Pereira got into the back of the number 6, and there you have it. Drive-through penalty could cost them at least a couple of positions in this race. Might be even, well, maybe not top 5, but definitely a couple of positions.
I think for Fiercely Forward, your luck is that Neil Lorenz Team RSO car was so far back, was nearly a full lap behind them, that the loss of time wasn't that big. And if Chris actually had some drive-through incident like Michael Jenny also had, it would have been overly damaging for him as well, because the gap he has to Yasha's Heldum Hanseatic Sim Racing is about a minute. So you basically would lose right about 20 to 25 seconds effectively from pit entry to pit exit on the drive-through. So it's damaging to your nerves, to your, you know, concentration. But then again, you probably would have the mindset of, oh, okay, we got the drive-through already, damage done. Now we have 20 more to use it, but let's try not to use them, right?
Yeah, you'd rather not, certainly, just to keep them in kind of reserve in case things do go a little bit wrong. But yeah, it's just so unfortunate for Fiercely Forward. It is lucky, you're right. It is lucky that they've got such a big gap behind them, but you never know what's going to happen later on in the race, and if you can avoid drive-throughs, then you're certainly going to go for that. So yeah, the worst part about it, you know, you can accept, or I can accept people getting a drive-through because of an off-track on their own. You know, run wide through turn 1, for example. You know, you can't really argue with that. But someone running into the back of you, I can't imagine how frustrating that'll be.
And sorry, just really quickly, is that what we were looking at is right on the back. You guys didn't see that the Alpine Geodesic racing car got shoved off by the Williams Esports Academy right on turn number 9, and you guys just saw those Williams cars go by them. But again, it's the aggression out of the GT3 cars that have been the low talking point of this race here. I don't know what kind of time again you guys going for. It's not paying off at the end of the day. Why try to risk it? And again, the kind of Pino's car is one of those we'll be talking about in the race. If they get a drive-through and they're probably neck deep in terms of instance, that's race over for them, because Vanaval is going to catch them. They're going to be on similar strategy. They are on similar strategies, and to be very fair, I don't know if they're going to be able to recover.
Yeah, but in the same vein, the gap's only 18.5 seconds. They need to push every single opportunity. They need to get through on every single lap car as quickly as possible because they're being chased down right now by Vandervelde. So you just they'll be thinking in their heads, you know, we need to go here. We need to get as far away as quickly as possible. So I can kind of understand them for wanting to get through on the lap traffic as quickly as possible, but also I'll see it from the other side of the coin. I know that you're managing a couple of teams in the slower categories, which is probably making you a little bit nervous right now, and all of the other team bosses and drivers up and down the field.
Yeah, I agree 100%. So that being said, let's see if things come down a little bit. We're gonna do a race path fan immersion over here. Let's go let's stick with the leader of this race. Let's stick with Agustin Canapino as he hunts down to try to lap his sister car. I'm Lorenzo Bonder. I'm with Ewan O'Leary and Hugo Luis on cameras. We'll be right back with the remainder of the Hockenheim 12 hours for the Creventic Endurance Series. .1:39 and 26 hours to go, as 1 hour 39 minutes and 26 seconds to go here on the 12 hours of Hockenheim. As you guys see, the leader coming into the second and last pit lane, Agustin Canapino, going for his second to last pit stop. Let's see if he's actually going to go for the full service. I know Venom Allison Racing White is going for it, and Alexander Arana will take over for the final 2 stints on the car. And basically, I believe that will be a full service for everybody because the track will give you that conditions to go for it. I am Lorenzo Bonder. I am with Ewan O'Leary on the commentary booth, and Hugo Luis producing the cameras over here for us, and these beautiful images around the German track of Hockenheimring, Baden. So final pit stops coming in here, Ewan. Time to go make it or break it for some of the teams here on track.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys will have probably been back time from the start, to be honest, and they will have known what they're going to do throughout the start. So yeah, it's all coming to a head now. We're starting to become clearer as to where these guys are going to be. The battles are becoming clearer as well as things go along. So that's all good news, as the number 2 takes tyres, may well lose the lead here if they're not careful, as we're seeing issues for Porsche Esports, I'm afraid.
Yeah, major. This is big. This is on the GT4 field. Porsche Sport had an issue with the Wasabi Racing Technology car. I mean, we're going to try to find you the replay, but that car is toasted on the pit lane and doesn't give you any indications that it will come back on track here, Ewan.
The real shame. They were running in contention for a podium spot. Oh dear, it looks like one of those that weren't even their fault, just the TCR car getting onto the grass and getting a little bit loose and into the back of the Porsche. Big damage. Oh dear. Yeah, Chris Ross was really struggling there. Let's have another look. The TCR car comes steaming in onto the grass, straight into the back of the 718, and absolutely nothing you can do when you're the Chris Walsh in that situation. Just nothing you can do. Just take a look at this.
Overtakes the TCR, comes into the braking zone, and I think the TCR got spooked by the GT3. Yeah. That's the only explanation I can find for you to overshoot that braking so hard, and that's unfortunate. I feel gutted for Chris Walsh and Jacob Tufts. They were having such a good race. You're going to see here on the slow cam, pass the 150 meter board and just overshoots it. And you can see him kill it playing on the grass, and we know even on iRacing, grass is ice. If you clip it and during braking, especially on braking, that's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, completely, entirely unintentional, but just a clip onto the grass. And you're right, I didn't see that GT3 initially. The BMW getting down the inside might have played a part there, even if it was unintentionally, certainly. And even though they didn't actually touch either of the cars involved in the end, it might have played a real big role in that one. You know, as a TCR car, especially considering what we've seen so far in this race, you're watching your mirrors all the time for these GT3 cars diving down your inside and whatever. So you really want to be careful of them and stay out of the way of them. I think that in the extreme has happened there. In staying out of the way, they've actually got into the way of some of the GT4 cars in a big way, and that's a real shame to see for Chris Walsh and the rest of the Porsche Sport team.
Yeah, just gone from it was good, then it got bad and went from worse to Porsche Sport. Really unfortunate for them, and still on the pit lane. Chris Walsh more than 5 minutes in the pit lane, as you can see the battle now between Gabriel Ardelli and Jens Holman, between Ronin Academy and T3 Esports. Once again, the only thing that changes are the drivers. Krzysztof Malicelski actually is out of the car. Gives back to Jens Holman to wrap up the race, but now Ardelli found a little bit of traffic to work with and open up a small gap. Even though it is small, it's a gap that you can work with. Right about 1.3 seconds separate both cars.
Got him as arm's length at the moment, just where he can control the 71 for now, but that can all change very quickly. Expecting that gap to come down, actually, and we might see a bit of a move be made, but you can just see the way these cars are exceptionally close at the moment in GT3. The top four separated by what is 45 seconds in this race. I know there's some pit stops still to shake out. I think that Williams Esports Academy, do they still owe us 2 pit stops? Quite possibly. I'm not sure. But we know that drive through a little bit earlier, and they're going to be really set back by that. They're going to be feeling the effects of that later.
I think they're going to be feeling quite a lot the effects, and that kind of makes Van de Vel, if anything happens, the effective leader out of this race. The gap that separates them is right about 17 seconds. Now, the thing I really want to see is how Spencer Kostowicz is going to drive that car, because they're pretty much equal in terms of fuel strategy. The only difference is that the Williams Chill Blast car has 2 more laps on fuel than the Van de Vel Sim Racing wide. So it is all on Kostowicz trying to make up that ground, get closer, and see if he can actually be on striking range out of the Williams car, as we're now back into the Muna Motorsport Green and Team Mad action, where Veed has built up a gap to Michael Blake, but it is shortened up to about a second now. Again.
Yeah, he's just holding it a second. It was actually this kind of gap the other way around when we first joined this battle about an hour ago. It probably was by now. Team Mad versus Mulder Motorsport. They've been fighting like this almost the entire time, almost exactly the same distance. Only the roles are now reversed, but a little bit of traffic coming up behind. I can see a GT4 McLaren wanting to get involved, but when it's at this kind of distance, any kind of traffic doesn't often present a passing opportunity. You do tend to need to be a little bit closer than this. It's really when it's kind of nose to tail when the traffic can really affect things. But you know, a big run of poor traffic for Mulner here coming up behind them. I did see a couple more cars approaching towards turn 2 when we were looking at that there. You know, there could be a chance here for Team Mad. That's kind of what they're relying on at the moment, because there's really not much to choose between them in terms of pace.
Yeah, but I think unfortunate that Paul Smith isn't with us here in the broadcast booth, because I really wanted to pick up his brains about it. I really wanted to ask him how much of aero drag you can actually get with the current iteration of the RS3 LMS TCR car has on this build of iRacing. That I was looking that the Michael Blake basically had a 1.2 seconds, and just on draft alone, now under a second on Jan-Philippe Veed. But the difference is, I think Veed has to come down into pit lane in the next 3 laps or so. He's on his 42nd lap, whereas now Michael Blake is on his only 37th lap of his stint.
Yes, a little bit of a difference in there, and approaching these guys' pit stops. We're having a little bit of a replay here from Matthias Jensen. Oh, getting on the curve through the Mobil 1. How? He's just touched the wall. I was about to start the sentence, how has he kept that out the wall, but in the end he hadn't. That was quite a long accident, actually, and he will have been looking behind him, exceptionally nervous as to where that wall was doing a fantastic job of keeping it out the wall for so long, but unfortunately it was just approaching onto him, and oh my word,
that's
what a dive
leader.
that was again. Yeah, the leader. We've seen that time and again with the Chill Blast car, haven't we? Lots of diving down the inside, and another prime example of a really, really quite outrageous dive bomb.
Again, I'm baffled. I really am baffled to see these kind of dive bombs. You know, unnecessary, and I know you're trying to fend off Van de Vel Sim Racing wide, and the gap of the lap has been going up and down, and Arana, he's trying to push the car to the utmost limit of it. And again, why that dive bomb? Why was it necessary? I don't think so. For me, it's those dicey things, and it's not just the first time. It's not the first instance. It's not the second instance. Not the third instance. I think we've seen that for the 20th time now on this race.
Yeah, it's been happening a lot. I've noticed, and yeah, some of them willing to take a few more risks in traffic than others. I mean, if they end up winning the race, then they're not really going to mind, are they? At this point, but it's certainly, to be fair, they are riding their luck at the moment, but it may end up that their luck runs out at some point. You know, somebody may not be concentrating, somebody may turn in at some point, and then the dive bombing strategy may not work anymore. But I think for at least a short amount of time, it may well be beneficial for them, because you know, when you think about it, they were able to take those couple of corners at a higher speed than they otherwise would have if they had to stick behind the TCR car. It would have been more awkward. So it did gain them a little bit of time, but it's just how long do you want to ride that look for? How many risks do you want to take, and how long is it going to last for, this look?
Yeah, again, you're playing with fire over here. You're playing basically with the 4X. You're playing with with a off-track incident. And props to Michael Blake, to avoiding what would be a race-ending incident for that TCR car had he not gone wider into turn number 2. And I know it's top level driving, but it does help out the case of, why would you go for those dive bombs? You're trying to be fast and effective with it. I don't get it. I really don't.
Yeah, I mean, I would sort of agree with you, especially in an endurance racing situation. It's just not only for your own race, but it's also not particularly the done thing, really.
Oh. Just let me interrupt you really quickly here, because this is also big. The Full Send Racing 85, which was P2 in this race, had a disconnect. So connection issues for Mikel Garcia, and that will bring the 122 sister car of Impulse now effectively into P2. Again, I am gutter for Full Send Racing. Basically, great drive from them, but so unfortunate to see the one of the contenders of this race out of the track.
That is really unfortunate for them, and it's kind of unfortunate for us as well when you think about it, because we were sizing up for a fantastic TCR fight between Full Send Racing and Impulse Racing. It looks like we're going to be robbed of that by the very end of this, and they're going to have to salvage what they can at Full Send Racing, just behind their sister team right now in 4th and 5th. So yeah, that's such a shame to see, not only for them but for us as well, spectators as well. We were looking forward to that ending TCR battle, but unfortunately the connection gods have disallowed that one on this occasion, which is unfortunate, but I'm sure they'll pick themselves up and try and get the best out of it they can.
Yeah, let's see if they can actually try to finish out the race, but the damage has been done. You guys can see this cluster of cars involving Robin Monster in the Apex Racing Academy, Patrick Rishan in the Relay Sim Racing, Benoit Favre for the virtual drivers by TX3, and right behind them is the Sunshine Autos car. I don't think this is a battle for position, because Sunshine Autos is ahead of the Apex Racing Academy, but this is another team we've been talking about on the early portion of the broadcast here. That even had a really good run. George Simmons was basically carrying the torch and getting strong outings out of the car. They were basically one of the fastest cars, if not the fastest car on track, as there was a big lunge out of the SimRC car in the inside out of Lucas De Vries on the Robbie Munster number 99 Racing Academy PCR, the Apex Racing Academy PCR. But the issue they had at the first hour definitely played the toll out of the performance out of the car. They couldn't recover. Yeah,
I mean, you sometimes would say that it's better to have it in the first hour, because you got the whole race to recover from it. But if this issue in the first hour is going to affect you throughout the entirety of the race, in terms of your pace and so on, then it's obviously better to avoid it entirely. So yeah, it just seems to be. But as we look back on it with hindsight now, those who have got through the first few hours of the race without any particular issues have really set themselves up well for this one. And anybody who was caught up in a bit of damage, or anybody who got involved in an incident and has had to recover from that, has really been set back by this, and the race was really defined by that early period. But of course, those who did make it through the early hours of madness have still got to battle it between themselves, and that's what we're seeing being sorted out right now.
All right. They actually got an update on what happened on the number 999 car of Full Send Racing. The third. Oh, this is what makes it. All right, this is more guttering. The third driver never showed up, and we have the fair share rule of iRacing that if you have drivers running, you have to make sure that all drivers that are registered do a lap. So by the fair share rules, I think they would have been disqualified. And what happened? Mikel Garcia just decided to park the car and alt F4. Unfortunate for them.
What do they mean never showed up? Just I don't get that. Were they? I'm baffled by that. Yeah, maybe could be overslept. It depends what part of the world they're in, really, doesn't it? Because if you're European or or American, maybe you're not going to oversleep until 8 o'clock in the afternoon or 8 o'clock in the evening, are you? So I'm not sure. That's a strange one. I've not heard of that. And maybe Australian.
All
but,
right,
yeah.
this is all right. All right, I can give you some insight.
Oh, thank you.
on what we can hear. So the lineup is, I know Full Send Racing, they're majorly European, but they have some drivers on the pit lane, as we're now seeing Michele Ricci going for his final. That is not his final pit stop. My apologies. That is their second to last pit stop, because they're gonna probably go for a half stint, and there you go. They're probably gonna go for a 45-minute stint on the latter portion again. But they have Ethan Griggold on the number 999 car, which is the Australian driver, other than Mikel Garcia and James Corp, which live in are from the UK and Ireland club. So the Australian just couldn't be online and drive that car.
Yeah, it could have been some kind of issue where the plans changed very, very late on, because you sometimes, and I mean like in the last 9 hours or so, plans can change very, very quickly, depending on what it is. So yeah, it's that could have happened, I suppose. Thinking of it in that way, but surely it can't be an oversleeping issue. It's about 10 o'clock in Australia right now. I think anyway, but in the morning that is. But it could be wrong, could be a little bit earlier than that, and that could be a factor. But yeah, either way, whatever the issue is, doesn't really matter. It's a real shame to see them retiring from the race. They've worked so hard for the first 10 hours of the race, and unfortunately, they're not going to get anything out of it.
I'm not going to be able to get anything out of it. But trust me, I can say this with property experience, like prior experience. I overslapped during a stint. I was supposed
During
to take.
a stint?
Yeah, like not that I was driving, but the stint I was supposed to take, I overslept, and I had to let the other guy do a triple stint and then drive the car. As we're now looking at the bonnet cam of Michael Blake, still trying to chase down Jan-Philippe Vide on the Muna Motorsport Gold car as they go into turn number 1, and the gap still fluctuating around that last in a second between 7/10 and 1/4 of a second, depending on how the traffic goes.
Yeah, I bet you were popular after that particular episode, making your teammate do a triple stint. But it's always one of those things that you have to get content with. It's not something we hear about in real life motorsport, is it? But it's one of those sim racing quirks that that kind of crop up every now and again. That kind of personal life just tend to get into the way a little bit more, and things like oversleeping and things like that come into play a little bit more as well, but that's what makes it great at the end of the day. Yep. But yeah, you're right, Michael Blake starting to close into the back of the Mulner Racing Mulner Motorsport car here once again. This battle seems to be toing and froing all race long at the moment, at least it's for the last hour and a half or so that we've been watching it and monitoring it between Mulner Motorsport and Team Mad. At one point Mulner go behind, and then they've overtaken and gone out front by a couple of seconds, and now they're getting right back in again.
Yeah, but the thing is, now the Ronin Simsport car broke them off a little bit. That is just trying to look. That is John Vining breaking them off a little bit, but the gap doesn't go over the second. 600 is of a second. Not 600 of a second, but 0.6 of a second, splitting both cars. And a little bit of an overdrive from Michael Blake during the braking spots. That's what bringing him closer and closer towards Vide once again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's into the pit lane. All the Motorsport into the pit lane. So Michael Blake is able to take that place, but not quite as how he imagined it on the circuit, but in the pit lane instead. So 6th place now for Blake, and a pit stop for Mulner. This might be the last one of the day.
It will be the last pit stop. Basically, everybody came into the pit lane. We forgot to see this. Impulse Racing, the 222 went to the pit lane. The 122 in the pit lane. They all done their pit stops. Only Team Mad and Sunshine Autos haven't done their pit stop. And they're going to have to go about 6 laps or so to at least to come into the pit lane for their final service. But it's going to be interesting because Team Mad will have to fuel less. And we could actually see a jump of the pit lane and maybe an overcut for that number 108 car.
Yeah, maybe. It just depends which one ends up being beneficial, the low fuel or the new tyres in this one. Which one's going to pan out to be the best? Also, it just depends on your run through of traffic. One of the cars could get a horrendous run through traffic, and the other basically comes out on the other side of the circuit where there are absolutely no cars, and that can end up affecting it as well. There's so many things that can affect these battles in an endurance race, and we're about to see a prime example of that. Mulner have just finished their pit stop, by the way. They're exiting the pit lane right now, and we'll have to wait a little while before Team Mad finally finish that cycle. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top in the end.
Oh, I was talking with my mic muted. All right, here we go. Marvelous things of sim racing, people. That happens the entire time with me, so not surprising at all. Alexander Zarana gap to Spencer Kostowicz is actually coming down bit by bit. In last lap, 0.2 of a second gained by Kostowicz on Arana, and it's coming down once again because I think Arana is getting some of those cars on the not the best spots. But then again, we've seen time and time again how aggressive Arana and Canapino are in terms of trying to clear off cars, even bullying them off the track so they can maximize their time.
Yeah, absolutely. We're about to see probably another example of that, actually, because there's another 4 cars in front, but they certainly have been very, very aggressive. It has been effective so far, but and what I was saying earlier on about the traffic, I was mentioning about luck. It made it seem like, you know, there's absolutely no skill involved in their lead right now, and it's just entirely lucky. But no, I wasn't really trying to get at that at all, really. They've been driving very quickly. They've been, I wouldn't say smart through the traffic, but they've been very decisive through the traffic. Very, very efficient, very almost brutal with it, just getting through with almost no disregard for anybody else, you know, taking the mantle. I want to win this race, and nobody else is going to get in the way of me doing that. And that's what they've been doing so far by... making moves like that. That was a bit of a miscommunication, admittedly, rather than just pure aggression. But yeah, they certainly have set out with a bold strategy to be very decisive, very aggressive in traffic. That's what they've done so far. Things have gone their way as things stand, but we'll see if it remains. Now 17 to go. Plenty of things can go wrong.
Yeah, plenty of things can go wrong, and Kostowicz will now get some bulk of the traffic coming to turn number 10. We'll go into the Mobile 1 Arena, into the Mercedes Arena, into the Mobile 1 Keta. Yep, stretching out. It's stretched out a little bit, but it isn't big. It is right about 16.7 seconds. I think Arana got away with it a little bit because Kostowicz caught the cars in the wrong spot and lost a little bit of time on that. But the last lap for Kostowicz was actually his fastest in the stint.
They're all pushing very hard right now. We know that we're getting down towards the end of the race. These guys realise who they're battling with for the end here. And now the real fastest laps of the race are going to come out. Even though the traffic is still out there, there is going to be less of it as well. So especially in GT3, that will mean a lot of fastest laps towards the very end. When you've got that finish line in sight, it just give you that extra little bit of motivation. And that's what we're seeing right now from Vendevel. It's going to be a good fight between the two right towards the very end of this race.
Yeah, I think so. This is going to be a battle that we're probably going to have to keep our eyes on closely, lap by lap by lap by lap, and see how it progresses, right? Because, again, we've talked about the danger of the drive-through for Arana, and I was looking over here. One drive-through loses you effectively about 25 seconds from entry to exit out of the pit lane. So one pit stop that would bring Arana right about 7 seconds, 8 seconds back on Kostowicz, and you would have like to or that car all over again and try to get closer towards the Vendevel Racing white car.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the Chill Blast car just getting through into the penultimate corner there, and a few more cars in front to negotiate here. We're getting the I don't know if you agree with this, Lorenzo, but getting the kind of feel about this race right now that it's going to be a 2-horse race, that everybody else is a little bit too far back right now. It's either going to be Williams Esports or Vendevel Sim Racing. I feel like these guys are going to be in a good fight towards the very end, but I feel like it is just going to be those two.
I think so. I am 100%. Is it that Impulse?
Apex Racing Academy spun around, but yeah, it could have been Impulse involved. Didn't see.
No, that is not the Impulse car involved. That is, I think, the Junko's car involved in it. Juan Cruz de Palma actually got incident, and he actually spun around the Team RSO right after that as well. So double whammy for the Junkos Racing Sports white TCR. You guys are going to see on the replay, as I think that is George Simmons going on the inside on turn number 2 on the number 32 TCR, gets spun around, gets pit maneuver, and then the Team RSO car gets pit maneuvered as well. That's pit maneuvers for everybody here on track.
And let's hope that Ilse Lorenz was able to get onto the circuit safely here, because there's not really any gaps in the traffic. He's finally able to turn around. He's lost an awful lot of time there, and he's having a couple of connection problems as well. 4th place, let's not forget, for Team RSO today, but pretty decent result out of that. But obviously you don't want to be getting spun around too many more times by any of these cars. That's an absolute nightmare couple of corners though, isn't it? 32 car. He surely wasn't intending to spin around either of those cars, just found himself in these situations, didn't really know what to do. And you know, sometimes you can just find yourself in these incidents without even realising, even though it looks pretty bad from your side. You know, it looks like you've gone out to murder these guys, but in fact you've just found yourself in these kind of incidents, wrong place, wrong time kind of thing.
Yeah, wrong place, one time for Lorenz, even though he did not, in my opinion, he did nothing wrong. He basically took the line he was supposed to take, and unfortunately for Juan, I think it was right at the line. He was coming back on track and got surprised by the 397 Team RSO car. But yeah, it's tricky. The one thing you need to see is that if they actually got a 50, yeah, they got the incident drive through, so you're gonna come into the pit lane. Luckily for them, they have a lap on Eurace BR Green Esports car, so if they have any damage, it's minimal, bare none.
Yeah. It looks like it. It looks like this is you're correct. This is a drive-through as well, is it? Yes. No stopping in the box for them either. Drive-through penalty, and 4th place is still going to be conserved. I think that's a fantastic performance from them, though, to finish 4th in a very, very competitive category. Competitive, not in a way of kind of pace. Everybody right at the very top of their game, and you know, really going for this hammer and tongs right for the 12-hour race. But you know, in terms of the consistency, the attrition that has been in this race is quite phenomenal, and so it makes the RSO's performance even more impressive. To get 4th out of this one is a very good job, and they'll just consolidate now for the last 70 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky how they're going to manage for 70 minutes, because the gap, again, let's see the lead gap. It's coming down bit by bit, and the inputs you guys are seeing on track, the gap has been quite big between Martin Aschert and Christopher Ems. Right about 42 seconds, splitting the P1 car out of the P2 car. And so far for Impulse, and I have to say apologies to Timo Hayden, which is one of the Impulse drivers, and he is one of the managers as well. They didn't get involved in the incident, but it looked like it at the first glance. Both cars on track, and no many incidents on their stint.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way to do it. Keep yourself out. Oh, that was, speaking of incidents, bit of an incident, a crash bang and a wallop down at the hairpin, and a spin around, I'm afraid, for one of the McLarens. Didn't quite see how that started, but certainly seen how it ended with the McLaren backwards, and one of the Lamborghinis went into the back of the McLaren here. So no. I'm just wondering, how's this? Oh, steaming into the corner.
That's the Williams Esports Academy again.
Oh no. Hits the McLaren twice, by the way, on the exit as well. Yeah, you just can't keep. It's not only with the Williams Esports cars, by the way. I've seen steaming into that hairpin, but when there's so many cars so close together, especially lapping each other, you cannot brake at a qualifying distance to the corner. It's just not going to work.
Again, over aggression. You can see that he was never going to make the inside of the corner, and the touch was inevitable. But the second touch, come on.
Yeah.
That I think I wouldn't be surprised if that actually broke the suspension out of the McLaren.
It may well have done. I didn't see if they were limping away or not, so to speak, from that one in the McLaren there. But Williams Esports certainly seemed fine to carry on. Michele Ricci continuing on and trying to chase down the Sim RC car. podium. They did indeed. I think that's the McLaren on the left, on the right hand side, isn't it? Coming for repairs, quite possibly.
Yeah. And they retired the car. Not they retired. All right, they did not retire the car. They actually went for driver
changed. Okay.
Yeah. All right. A little bit of a heart-stopping moment for the commentator over here, but they still got that car on track. But that rear end, if you can get a look on the rear end later on, well, we're still having these the issue over here between Team Mad, which actually managed to make the overtake on Motorsport Gold. Finally, it took them a little bit of time, but they managed to get it nevertheless. And that's Paul Smith. Paul Smith made an overtake, people.
Well, was it an overtake? Was it the pit stop strategy that worked out there? Because let's not forget they were doing the overcut on those guys, trying to use the lower fuel to get themselves in front. And also they will have had to take on a little bit less fuel because they stopped a little bit later.
Could be, but it's Paul Smith. Give him the props.
Okay, fine. Paul Smith did an overtake.
Well, nevertheless, it's going to be interesting to see Paul make the overtake. Oh, got a little bit close to that Munich Motorsport Go. Carson Thiel, you know, going aggressively. He even saw the blink of the headlights on Paul, try to go for it, just saying, pick up that pace. I'm coming for you. I'm going to overtake you. Nearly got in the back of Paul Smith's car. Going to see how our race spot commentator is going to be able to defend that very menacing looking Munich Motorsport Gold car.
It does look very menacing indeed, and this is going to be an all-out brawl now for the last 68 minutes of this race. It's just going to be on between these guys from now until the very end, and it's going to be a good fight, I feel. As I mentioned at the end of the last stint, they're kind of toing and froing. Team Mad are up at one point and Mulder are down, and then it switches around and they have to overtake each other again, and it's very, very entertaining to see the changing around of the battle, the classic evolution of the battle. And yeah, it's going to go right down to the very end, I might imagine, unless there's an incident, which of course we hope there is not.
We hope there is no incidents whatsoever, as Carson Thiel now on the hunt again on Paul Smith. Late braking for Theo as he's going to take that outside line, trying to go for an over and under better launch for Theo on the exit out of the hairpin, but still no room whatsoever to get an overlap on Paul Smith.
Not for the moment. Close though, starting to really apply the pressure. Oh, late braking and dives across the. That was very strange. I have a feeling that might not have been intentional from the Mulder Motorsport car, just braking at a late point, at their normal point, accidentally nearly finding themselves right in the back of the Audi in front.
Yeah, I agree. I think he missed the braking point, and he knew he was actually going to crash the back of Paul Smith. And Paul, props to Paul, because he had the awareness of seeing this. You're going to see now on the replay. Here comes, that's right where you're supposed to brake in. You can see Theo just coming in way too hot, has to duck into the inside of the corner, has to ride over the turtle curb. Might have gotten some damage from the floor, but the car looks fine nevertheless. What impresses me, how did he not get a drive-through? Guys, bear with me. It's been nearly 6 hours.
It's been a long time, but we're nearly into the final hour of the race. We're nearly there at this point. But no, Theo did a good job there to not cause a bit of an accident, because he could have very easily rear-ended the Team Mag car there. But firstly, he chose not to. Had the car control to be able to not to in that one. And yeah, it's good driving from him. If indeed, even if there was maybe a little bit of a mistake or a misjudgment early on, he did well to save himself. So down to the hairpin they go again. It looks like he's looking to the inside, stays behind though. Maybe was put off by that Porsche trying to get through at the same time. All right, so this is kind of big. Veed said that Paul broke early, so he got a cut off guard. But the bigger thing is not the shooting the brakes himself. Is that the next instance they get, as you can see, Theo trying to go on the inside dive, no room to work with whatsoever, covered off by Paul. Next incident is actually a drive-through incident for the 50-point incident mark. Which car is that, sorry? The Munich Motorsport Go car. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're going to be. Well, it's going to be difficult for them to make an overtake at this point. I'm not saying that you have to use a lot of a lot of bumper in TCR to get through, but certainly Paul Smith isn't going to let him through easily, is he here? So,
nope.
This is the battle in the final hour. It has that chance to get a little bit physical between the two, and there has that chance for incident points.
Yeah, I really am interested to see if Paul actually racked up some incident points because he said he would rack up the team incident point marks over here on the track, but really having a clean drive so far. But I wonder if he actually has his tongue out to try to defend because he's fully concentrated on his stream.
Certainly defending a lot right now, certainly having to work hard for what is going to be 6th place in the end. 6th place right now. It was 8th place when we first started looking at this battle, but these guys have slowly been climbing their way up the order, and it doesn't look like Mulder Motorsport are really close enough for a move this time, unless they can close in on the brakes into the hairpin and then maybe have a go into the kind of right-angled left-hander at turn 8.
Yeah, try to take a wider arc into the hairpin, but both cars basically doing the same line, so not getting the run that Theo wanted to. And you can see right behind is the number 122 car. That's the P2 in the TCRs. As Theo go once again on the inside dive. That's covered out by Paul. Good defensive once again by Paul, but this is getting really, really risky. Especially
for those of you in this battle who have only got one incident point left, i.e. the Motorsport cars. So, yeah, you're right. It is getting a little bit risky. And somewhat strange dives I'm seeing from the Motorsport car down the inside. I really would like to see that car be a little bit more decisive and confident that they can make the move here, really, from Teal, because he's clearly got the pace, especially on the brakes. He's much better on the brakes than that Team Mad car in front. Be a little bit more decisive, run that Team Mad car out wide. But anyway, Smith's into the pit lane right now, and I've got a feeling about this, and I don't think he'll be stopping in the box.
Yeah, please don't tell me that Paul is gonna get a drive through. Please,
He's got a drive through. Gotta be.
Yeah, he already passes pit stall, so Paul. What are we going to do with you, buddy? Well, it's not over, really, I wouldn't say. You said Mulner was so close. It's not over yet, is it? They could get one through and this battle will be right back on again. And the bigger problem is, not far behind Paul, George Simmons is coming like a bullet, mad out of hell on them. So you might lose another spot.
Sorry, he'll be a little bit fired up as well. If you remember that incident he had down at turn 2 with one of the cars, one of the fellow TCR cars. So yeah, he'll be fired up to do well.
Yeah, that is true. I completely forgot about that.
You've been here for longer than me. More stuff's happened for you to forget.
Again, I feel for you right now because it is past mid. Is it 1 p.m. 1:30 for you right now, or is it?
Yeah, it is 1:30. Yeah.
So I feel for you. You're in the late night, early morning in the UK. For me, it's 9:30 p.m. here in Brazil. So I would say I'm feeling tired, but I think you're more tired than me at this point.
Maybe, yeah. As the number 5 is just going to spoil us of a very good battle there. It was going to be between the two Ronin cars, I believe. Anyway, Ronin Simsport coming in. Ronin Academy are going to get through, so could have seen a bit of an inter-team battle going on there, but final pit stops have decided to get in the way, and now we're definitely in the window for these GT3. Well, for all of the cars, actually. Any pit stop being made now is going to be the last.
Yeah, pitting around the hour mark. It's the last pit stop for every GT3 car. But the majority of the cars that still haven't come on track. We still are old about, apologies, 13 laps on the Alexander Arana car, about 11 laps on the Spencer Kostowicz car. So there's still about, I would say, 15 minutes or so until we see maybe the leaders coming into the pit lane.
And then we will really find out towards the end of this race kind of where we're all at. So 15 seconds between them at the moment, but who's you're more clued up on this than me. Is Williams Esports going to be picking first, or is it going to be Vendevel Sim Racing coming in first, or is it quite similar?
Well, you put me in a tight spot here.
So,
Ewan.
sorry, I put you on the spot a little bit there. Sorry.
You put me, but I like it. I like being on this spot specifically. For me, it's interesting because again, we've seen the aggression out of Arana on some turns, and he's getting away with it mostly. But then again, you've been talking about getting a driver, getting him asleep, right? So an incident can happen. What I think, it's Arana's race to lose, but Kostowicz is doing a phenomenal job keeping him at bay, as we're seeing the CMRC car, which is P3 at the moment, coming into the pit lane for their final service. Oh no, that's a drive-through. Oh no.
It is. That car's incredibly scraped down the side as well, by the way. They've clearly been in the wars. But, yeah, oh, spin in the background. One of the Porsches just going for a spin at turn 1. One of the Porsche Cayman GT4s. Didn't quite spot which one that was, but somehow keeping it out of the wall through turn 1. Look, oh, my word, that's far too much curve from Gillian Salomon. And does he keep it out of the wall? Well, just about keeps it out of the wall. Hopefully, he was able to get back going again without causing too many issues. He did indeed, but lucky escape there, and a lesson, really, to not gobble up so much curb down at turn 1.
True, and that's not how you tackle turn 1.
No.
Gap still about 15.8 seconds as we have Arana still in the lead there, but he owes a pit stop in about 11 laps or so. So in the next 15-16 minutes or so, at best, he owes a pit lane. And then Kostowicz is pushing his car to the very best of it, but the gains he's having are not the best gains you could be actually getting. I think if you really want to be talking about, you know, contending for the lead here, the delta you need per lap is about 0.4 of a second on your competitor, but the traffic is not helping you one bit to get towards that delta.
Yeah, you're right. It's very tricky when you throw in the traffic. I mean, it's tricky enough in these situations when there is no traffic involved, but the traffic does just make things a little bit more difficult to manage because the gap does ebb and flow so much. But into the pit lane, the other Ronin car, this time the Ronin Academy car, the 78, and a final pit stop for these guys, going to be coming out somewhere near their teammates and probably having a little bit of a fight maybe for what might be around 8th place, 7th, 8th place by the end of this race.
And you can see Gillian Salomon just coming into the pit lane and looking at the car. He doesn't look like he's actually coming in for a pit stop service over here. Ewan, I wouldn't be surprised if that runoff into turn number 1 earned him a drive-through, and yes, it did.
Yeah, it did indeed. It was a real cut on the inside of that corner. I can't believe, I've never seen anybody take so much curb, but maybe that's why I haven't, because it's an absolute disaster to try and do it. But anyway, he's back going again. His car is still at least running in this race. Although I'm afraid they're barely beating most of the TCR cars in this race so far. It really hasn't been their day.
It just has not been their day. And it's a team that has some experienced drivers driving in these GT-like cars, as now we're seeing the fiercely forward car of Michael Janney just having... This is one car that it has been quiet throughout the race. They had some promises, started the race, never got featured in the lead battle of the race, but because of the mistakes done by the other teams, they've been getting positions up and up the track. They haven't looked down, and that's what's impressive for me, the job that Michael Janney and Maxime Ariotta have been doing on this race. So major props for Fiercely Forward. They've been, I think, the VCO most improved team, and they've been proving why. And I know this much, that their lineup has been getting more experience in endurance racing. And I've been saying, I think last year, it's a team that we should be looking for with much bigger eyes moving forward into the endurance season, when we start about covering those in about 2 to 3 month time, where they can actually make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hope so. Anyway, because yeah, we've seen some fantastic performances out today, and these kind of events are the ones that can kind of propel teams into our consciousness just a little bit, so we can take a look at them and that kind of discover some new teams as well, quite possibly, who might be up there towards the front, which is always one of the good things about these events. But yeah, just let's see which way. Oh, that's a lot of curb again. Turn one's so tricky, isn't it? Really, it's like balancing on a very narrow tightrope. Really, that curb on the inside, you don't really want to hit too hard, but you've got to hit a little bit so that you can actually get round the corner. And then that curb on the outside, you can't go too much over it. You'll get an off track, but you also need to use it for lap speed. It's very, very tricky indeed. And to be honest, I wish they'd put a bit of grass there and not so much ridiculous curbing. But anyway, that's another debate for another day.
Hey, you guys just saw the Race BR Esports green car on the pit lane, Christian Pereira. All right, for those who are watching this broadcast, Brazilian, Christian Pereira, okay? For those who are Portuguese, like Brazilian, like me and Hugo. But Christian Pereira actually doing his final pit stop. Basically, all cars bar the Fiercely Forward on within top 5 have already done their pit stops. Only Janie has to come to the pit lane. Won't lose a lap to Manuel Bible. The gap is kind of huge, but nevertheless, a really good drive out of everybody on the top 5. Now we're seeing the number 4 out of the Volante Racing Blue. We saw having an incident at the Mobile 1 Coda coming for his final pit stop.
Yeah, we did indeed. It didn't seem that there was any damage for Jensen because he would have been in previous to this, but now making his final pit stop, and the pit lane is quite busy actually with people making their final pit stops. Plenty of GT3 cars in there, plenty of all the different cars in there actually, and it will be going on right till the very end. So Volante Racing Blue, is it going to be top 10 for them by the end of the day? Well, it looks like it. At the moment, there's only 11 GT3s actually still in the race, so it's going to be pretty impressive if they actually fall out of the top 10 at this point. Yeah, it looks like they are going to at least achieve that much in this race.
Yeah, it's going to be, for me, it's quite impressive to see that there are still many cars here in the race, in the GT3s, and we had a disconnect for the Apex car. That is unfortunate. George Simmons having connection issues, and again, those connection issues not happening at the early portion of the race. It's those final hours, those critical hours, the crunch hours, where you really don't want to have a mistake.
Yeah, it's happened late on for Apex Racing, I'm afraid. Apex Racing Academy. Let's not forget, I was hoping, at least, they were going to get involved in the Team Madden and Muller Motorsport battles, if that indeed does pick up again, but it's not going to involve Apex Racing Academy, I'm afraid. These drive-through penalties, these disconnections, should I say, starting to bite a few of these guys.
They managed to get back on track, but Robbie Monster had to take over from George Simmons.
Had to do, and it's lucky for him actually that they had a reserve driver who was ready to get ready on such short notice and be able to get in there straight away. Not all teams will have that luxury at all times. Maybe in a 12-hour race is a little bit more possible, but 24, having a driver in the car and also a reserve driver ready there just in case does take a bit of a toll on the team. So they are lucky that they do have that in place.
Yeah, they're lucky to have a dude in place, and we're looking at that's the relay car driven by Soren College, and really another example of one of those teams who've been keeping away from incidents. The BMW has been working wonders in terms of fuel for that car, basically going a lap or two extra than what the Lamborghini has been providing you, basically going 36, 37 laps, 38 laps at one point we saw coming from the Ronin SimSport car, and Soren getting awarded with it's not top 5 but a top 6 spot, and still being the best placed BMW M4 GT3 car. Not prototype anymore because it has been now homologated by iRacing, and we're going to see his debut coming in soon. I think that is on the spot 24 hours. We're going to be seeing his debut. Good to see they're still out on track and running strong.
It's always good to see variety in these races. Unfortunately, it's a little bit of a Lamborghini fest at the front of the field and throughout the entirety of the GT3 field. Not seeing any Ferrari GT3s out there at the moment either, which is a bit of a shame. So good to see the BMW in 6th place at least, having a bit of a run out early on in its life cycle, I suppose, and going to be very, very interesting to see at the Spa 24 hours how that race, how that car gets on. Is it going to suit Spa? Is it going to suit 24-hour racing? Is it going to be the car to choose for that particular special event? We'll have to wait and see, but all the questions we're looking forward to answering in the next few months.
Yeah, we know 2 things though. Number 1, it isn't as big as the M6. But 2, yeah, it is still a big boy. We're still gonna see some memes coming out of that car. That's 100% certain.
I mean, I would regard the TCR car as fairly large, but they look quite small next to that BMW. I'm not entirely sure if we're allowed to. I'm not entirely sure if we're allowed to say this, Lorenzo. So if we're not, then say it quietly. But the grill doesn't look great, does it?
I can. Oh, you really don't want to bash the car? I can't. I said that.
People are going to want to bash me on the head for bashing the car.
No. Don't worry about that. Don't worry. I got you. Because I'm a supporter of nuking that front grille and redesigning a new one.
Yeah, I am as well.
Don't get me wrong. The car might look great and all that back that with the diffuser is great. The geometry of the car might sound really nice and everything, but that front grille, no.
Yeah, it's not nice.
I know they say there is technology coming into that grille. Why the grille is made up like that? As we're watching the Zekaro GT4 on the pit lane for their final service, is one of those cars that was going longer than everybody else. That's Francisco Jose Romero still in the car for his final stint of the race. But yeah, that GT3 car needs a lift.
Yeah, it looks like it at the moment. But yeah, you mentioned the grille's there for a reason. It's got to be there for a reason, hasn't it? Because it certainly wasn't there for design. It certainly wasn't there to look good, because it doesn't. So yeah. Anyway, I'm sure there is a good reason, and that's just the way the car is in real life, and so in the iRacing service as well. Obviously, brilliantly well made, and as always with these cars. But I'm afraid there's no getting past that grille for me. I can't look at it.
No, I can't look that thing properly in the eye and say, that is a beautiful car. I feel so inspired by that car right now. But then again, this is the GT3 car. The actual road car, this is the thing. The GT3 car doesn't look good for me. The M4 GT4 car is okay for me. The road car actually looks pretty much okay for me. But still redesign that grille, please.
I've not actually seen the road car actually. I might have to look that up, because if it's any better. But
I think they use it in the MotoGP.
Oh right.
As the pace
right, yeah. I forgot they'd still use it as a pace car in MotoGP, even though it's not really cars. But yeah, just in my opinion anyway, the BMW GT3 cars have never been very good since they got rid of the Z4. But good old days.
Monster coming into the pit lane. He's going to do his final service. I think the idea is pretty much clear. Robbins, I would not be surprised if he comes out of that car. Say, George, please take it over from me again. I cannot do it anymore. Yeah, that is possibly the clear message.
Well, somebody's getting out anyway. New driver getting in. So
Dimmon's back up on the car again.
You think that's a bit of a risk, though? He's just had a disconnection. So I would say that's a bit of a risk, especially with 45 minutes to go. I'd leave the driver in to the very end of the race unless they physically can't do it anymore. Fair share rule, they can't do it, or for whatever reason they have to go very shortly. But I wouldn't put Simmons back in that car given the disconnection they've just had.
No, this is interesting because I got information out of it. Thank you, YouTube chat, for this information. This is really important. John Roberts, which is one of the guys who were actually driving that TCR, basically said, he actually drove a portion of that car. I'm not gonna say the company name. So insert company name ISP. Insert ISP company here. They took out George's internet down for maintenance.
Oh. So they're confident it's finished now and it'll be okay, or?
I really hope so.
Yeah.
As we see the T3 car coming out of the pit lane for their final service.
Yeah, I would hope so. Normally, well, at least in my experience, it's down for a little bit longer than that, and it takes a little while to come back. What I'm saying, I wouldn't trust it, whether it's a maintenance thing or not. I wouldn't trust it, but clearly they've decided that it's the strategy they want to go for. They're going to be brave enough to go for that one. Yeah, hopefully it pays off for them.
Yeah, I'm not surprised one bit if actually George Sims got on the phone and gave him a very friendly call to insert ISP company name here and got a warning with them.
I'm sure it was very friendly and very broadcastable as well.
Yeah, sure. Still 43 minutes left. We ran out of ideas or ran out of what to talk about. Just kidding. Still 43 minutes left into this race, and the thing we could be talking about, even though we're still looking at the T3 car coming out on track, they're out on track right about 3.5 seconds away from Ronan and Simsport. This is cool because we can actually see a P7 and 8 and 9 battle because they're not far behind from one another. Joan Viney has a 4-second gap on Yuki Furuya from the sister team of the Academy team, and Jens Holman has right about less than 3.5 seconds on the Ronan Sport BMW. For me, the bigger development in this race has been the upcoming battle between Aran and Kostowicz, because it is down by 12 seconds, right around the 12-second mark. Because the aggression out of the both drivers and Kostowicz getting away with it.
Yeah, absolutely, but Vendevala starting to bring that down now. It was 17 or so, remember, when the Esports Academy car, the Williams Esports Academy car last came in. And ever since then, Vendevala have been slowly reeling this margin in. Ever so slightly, just bringing it down and into the pit lane. Williams Esports Dual Blast, the final pit stop of the day. Vendevala follow them in, so putting exactly the same amount of fuel in this car to get to the end of the race. It's going to be an all-out battle between these two drivers for the last 42 minutes in this race.
Yeah, it will be, and let's see what's going to be the pit time for Arana and Kostowicz. We know they're not going to go for tires. We know just going to be for fuel. As now Kostowicz parks it on the pit lane, and timer has started for Kostowicz service. You see one car basically glued to another, as Arana is up by 20 seconds on the pit lane, and let's see who's going to come out on first. It's going to be Arana, but the question is by how many seconds?
Yeah, that's the real question. 30.1 seconds for Williams Esports. Remember that one. 30.1 seconds stationary in the pit box on board with Vendevala at the moment. Revving now, half a second slower. So not too much of a time lost there. Only half a second. 12 seconds, 41 minutes to go. Hard to work out how many laps that's going to be at this point. Probably a 25, 30. Maybe at this point a little bit more, a little bit less, somewhere around that margin anyway. 25, 30 laps, 12 seconds. It's going to need about half a second a lap, and then towards the end of the race, some time to maybe make the move as well. It's going to be a nail-biting finish.
A nail-biting finish indeed, Ewan. I got 440 laps total in my lifetime in here, so but that could change, of course. But the problem is that Arana got some clear traffic, even though he has, I think there's a TCR car right ahead of him. I want to check out which car that is right ahead of him. That's the Simtech TCR who just got cleared off. The problem for Kostowicz is he has an M4. I wouldn't say if it is a problem, but it might be a little bit of a benefit to him. So having a hair car to use as a draft and get closer to Arana.
Yeah, mate, quite possibly. Could help him out just a little bit, but yeah, it's certainly going to be very, very close between these two drivers. Already down to just over 11 seconds Ronna's going to be looking in his mirrors at this point. I'm just checking ever so slightly occasionally. Just where is that car behind? At the moment it's about the length of the front straight between the two of them. A lot of traffic involved as well, so this battle is going to continue on for the last 40 minutes or so, and hopefully we do get to see a fight at the end of it, but it's going to be a close finish no matter what, and kind of remarkable to say really after 12 hours of racing around the Hockenheim circuit. It's been an attritional race. It's two teams have risen to the fore. It's going to be between those two right towards the very end, and they've both done incredibly well to even get to this point. It's who's got that little extra 1% to get to the end in the lead.
Oh, and this is also big. And meanwhile, Jean-Philippe Ville said the Muna Motorsport gold car got a drive-through. So it will be really, really close. We could see Paul Smith battling for position once again.
We could, but the gap's 21 seconds at the moment, unless that's pre-drive-through here.
Drive-through takes 22 seconds.
Ah. Oh, it looks like Smith has been catching. Oh, that's the dive.
Oh, no.
Goodness.
Arana,
Williams
why?
Esports Shield Bus car diving down the inside. Paul Smith flashing the lights furiously at that Lamborghini.
And it's not, again, it's the second time Paul gets away with this kind of. Now he's going to get caught by Kostowicz, and Kostowicz is being a little bit more cautious on the approach, even though he dives on the inside of Paul Smith and it closes the gap. The gap stabilized right now at 11.5 seconds between both cars.
There's the Molnar car, right just on the right-hand side of his shot there, getting out, and there's going to be an absolute fight on between Team Mad and Molnar Motorsport. It looks like we're going to see that fight. Also, fights going on in GT3 a little bit further down. The TX3 car and the T3 Esports car, I should say, and the two Ronin cars, not too far away from each other either.
Yeah, not far from one another. Let's see if the Texan will have the advantage on the Japanese as a US-Japan battle, but the car looking really good. Again, we've been talking about this Ronin BMW looking really good on pace, matching what the other Lamborghinis have been doing. So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets closer to Ferruia and try to go for an overtake.
I wouldn't be surprised either. It's going to be a lot of people going for late overtakes in this one now, because it's all getting down to it right to the very end of the race now. So it's all hotting up, and those moves are going to start to be made. The BMW here, though, definitely looking a little bit stronger than the Lamborghini in front. This is going to be an inter-team battle, let's not forget, with Ronin Academy ahead of Ronin Simsport, but the Simsport car definitely looking faster, and this is a long time to be holding someone off, especially if they are faster than you on your own team.
Yeah, it's one of those things that there's team orders for that. Do you say the driver is faster than you? We know Hockenheim is famous for this. Infamous, yes, you would say, to say the least.
It depends who you are. If you're Brazilian, then it might be infamous, yeah.
I know. Being a Brazilian, I think we can feel the pain a little bit.
I actually, it's a pleasing similarity to that, isn't there? I forgot that did happen at Hockenheim, and we're seeing a very similar situation developing right now. Whether there could be a faster than you radio call at the moment, we'll wait and see. But for the moment, there doesn't look to be any signs of anybody pulling over.
And last lap, actually, just coming back to the lead battle a little bit, Arana managed to get away with it on Kostowicz on the hairpin. So gaps stabilized for now around the 11th second mark between both cars, but it's coming down a little bit, but we're still seeing the aggression out of Arana on traffic, trying to clear himself as fast as he can from the cars to get within really good positions on track.
Another problem for the Vandervelde car here, is the fact that these two are in the middle of them, and another GT3 in the form of the T3 Esports car is in the middle of that car and the leaders. So there is a fair amount of traffic for the number 3 to actually negotiate here before even getting involved in a fight for the lead. 11 seconds is the gap right now, 35 minutes just under to go. They really do need to start reeling in that margin a little bit quicker than they are right now, because they still have a fair amount of traffic to deal with, and a fairly big margin to close down as well.
Yeah, 11 seconds. Again, we were talking about delta, right? You need 4/10 per lap on the delta for Kostowicz, and even the last lap was actually 2/10 quicker than what Arana has been doing. I've been talking Kostowicz sometimes not getting the luck he wants to have on these traffic conditions, and he's getting held up at some nifty spots. But then again, Arana getting some good runs because he's getting blocked out by traffic, like he did on the hairpin, I think.
Yeah, just a little bit. Opportunity opening up here for the Ronin car second in line at the moment. Lamborghini versus BMW. But no, is there going to be a dive? No, not quite. Into turn 8. Have to swing wide a little bit through there.
It was some late braking from Vining, but not enough to actually contend for an overtake.
Yeah, not quite. If he'd have really set his mind to it, and it was a little bit later on the race, maybe 3 minutes to go rather than 33, he might have taken the lunch, but I think these two might give each other a little bit of an extra space because of their situation.
Yeah, again, we're talking about the latency, right? We're Hayden Burns and who was driving? I think that was Kostowicz or someone in the Veneval car. That the latency and the geographical difference of, you know, one driver being in Australia and another one in Europe, you have to be very cautious for those who are with the higher ping and a higher latency quality of service for you to make the overtakes and make them work.
Yeah, you're right. You do have to give everybody that little extra bit of space just to make sure, because not only can it be damaging for everybody else's race, that can also damage your own, so it is in your own best interest really to give that extra little bit of space. But very smart driving from the Lamborghini that on that occasion, just pulling onto the left hand side, and we did see a situation very similar to what we did here in Hockenheim nearly 10 years ago. The Lamborghini letting through the BMW, a bit of a team order situation. I thought it was actually just becoming a slipstream through the parabolica there, but no, in fact it was just an exchanging of position.
And just a normal exchanging of positions, as we're going to see the number 5 car maybe clear away a little bit from Yuki Furuya. But I think the other thing that benefits Vining over here is that his car is in a better shape than that front splitter of Yuki Furuya's Ronin Academy Lamborghini. Gap between the leaders less than 10 seconds, 9.5 seconds separate both drivers. 30 minutes to go. Can we see something? It's going to be difficult.
Maybe. You never know. There's always a chance at the moment. 9.5 for the leader of the race. You know what? It is coming down, isn't it? That gap. It's just a case of, is there enough time? Is there enough time in this race? And we don't know the answers to these questions at the moment. It's certainly going to be intriguing to find out. 31 minutes remaining. How many laps does that translate to? Maybe 20, 19?
I got
half a second a lap, maybe?
I got about 28 laps remaining.
Oh, 28. 28, you sure?
It says for 137. It's coming down. It was 440 at one point. Now it's saying 4039. We got 438 here in my lifetime. 437 possible here on the track.
Only 30 minutes to go. Surely you can't do 28 more.
Laps has been right about a 1.38, 1 minute and 38 seconds. I think it's doable. You get
28.
I can guarantee you 20 laps at least, because then you go right about 26 minutes. Add 2 more laps for that. I think you have about, all right, you might be right, 22 laps ish, I think. But then again, we could be very wrong right around
we
here.
could, yeah. We could. It doesn't really... Well, I guess it does kind of matter. But, luckily, we're not doing the calculations for any of these guys. in the car right now. Vendevel's certainly got a lot of motivation to get up the order and close this margin down. It is coming down and down and down, and still just under 9 seconds. I really hope that we do get to see this fight between the two of them, but it's still a tall order. It's going to need to be about half a second a lap if he wants to get there with enough time to actually make a move here, Kostowitz. So it's going to be some very, very aggressive driving, maybe some aggression through traffic needed as well for Vendevel, but we'll wait and see. It's just basically down to those drivers, nothing that any of the other team members can do at this now.
Yeah, it will come down into sheer effort of what the drivers can do. I think the thing that might benefit Kostowicz right now is that he has these two GT3s to clear off. Even though he has the E-Race PR green car right in front of him that he has to clear off as fast as possible. He might clear off over here on turn number 9, apologies, where the time loss will be minimal, and he can use both GT3 cars as, again, hair cars for you to get over, use a little bit of draft, save a little bit of fuel, which won't be necessary, by the way, and get closer towards that Alexander Arana Lamborghini number 2 car.
Yeah, we've been so used to talking about saving a little bit of fuel that it's almost coming a bit natural to us now. Yeah, they won't be doing any of that at this stage in the race. He's losing a bit of time though in this section, just over 9 seconds, and not really what he needs. That's a kind of a wasted lap for Vendevel there, although they're edging some back towards the end. It just keeps fluctuating very closely. I know we probably shouldn't watch the Delta this closely, because, or as closely as I am right now, because it's not always 100% accurate 100% of the time, depending on where they are on the circuit. It can change around quite a lot, but generally the gap is definitely coming down, and generally the gap has stayed very, very similar to what it was on the previous lap, and Vendevel can't afford wasted laps like that. They need to continue to bring it down.
They need to continue to bring it down again. 3/10, 4. I would say 4/10 is the optimal that you can get. Now he's going to get a runoff from a car right in front of him. That's the Herzog Motorsport 420 car. So using a little bit of a draft range towards that car. You can see the GT3 of Arana coming out of the hairpin. And again, it's going to be a tricky coming down. 8.6 seconds separate both drivers right now. About 27 minutes to go, so we can say definitely we have right about 20 laps at least in this race.
Yeah, we'll see. But a bit more traffic to negotiate. Aruna gets down the inside. Arana, should I say, gets down the inside. Oh, a little bit of gravel being kicked up, but keeping it fairly clean for the moment. I mean, the aggression is going to be turned up to 11 at this point for him. He's been so aggressive in traffic so far in this race. I can't imagine what he's going to be like towards the very end, when he's fully got a race win in his hands almost, or at least looking at a race win.
Yeah, it's again, you're smelling the trophy. You're getting one hand in it, but the other drivers keeping you honest. You know, gonna have to drive every single lap like it was your last. And you can see the Team RSO car, the GT4, just getting in the way a little bit, but not enough for a major time loss. Now you're gonna see him clearing himself away. The trouble is the next car here, Ewan. It's the CMRC 76 car, and he is the 4th position car in the field, and he's not slow. He's 139 last lap, but he could affect a little bit what Arana might do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be difficult to get through on that car, so you're absolutely right. That could be a problem, and Vendevel could really benefit from that. Alternatively, Williams Esports could actually benefit in terms of a slipstream and the pretty good pace that SimRC actually have, and might actually stem the bit of flowing just a little bit and stop the bleeding that's going on a little bit right now for Vendevel. But a fair amount of traffic coming up. Who can get through most efficiently? That's going to be important in terms of winning this race.
Oh, microphone is dead. I've been talking here with the microphone dead. My biggest apologies here, people. Oh, Road to Sim Racing. Here we go. But Kostowicz getting blocked off by Ricci over here. And now Ricci running wide into the gravel trap. Yeah, but still keeping that car on track, Ewan.
Yeah, he is indeed. I honestly thought we were having a bit of on-board lap there, but you were talking to nobody. It looked like it, but anyway, it happens to the best of us. I'm sure we've all done it. We've all been there. We saw that incredibly close bit of traffic going on there with that onboard shot. There was so much traffic going around through. It was around this part of the circuit, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. It was all very close into the hairpin. It carried on as well. Vandervelde, Sim Racing, White were involved in it as well. Just over 7 seconds is the gap for the leaders right now, with 21 minutes to go. Needs to gain a second every 3 minutes or so, which is a second nearly every 2 laps. Getting a little bit difficult now to be able to do that, but they're going to get a good slipstream down to hairpin this time, and that's going to help them out just a little bit. It is hanging in the balance, this race at the moment.
Yeah, hanging in the balance at this moment, but the gap has been widened a little bit. It's 7.2 seconds separate Vandervelde and William Blaskar. I think the sister team did a little bit of a, blocker work over here. You can see Ricci's car a little bit aggressive under braking, even though he's not fighting for positions. He's basically a lap down. But I think for Ricci right now, I think he's going to use Kostowicz as a way to try to get closer and closer to Luca De Vries, because the gap between both drivers it's quite far. It's a similar gap to what we see here at the leaders. Right about 8.6 seconds separate SimRC from the Academy car.
Yeah, if the leaders get together, then SimRC and Williams Esports Academy may well get together as well. And we could see 2 very important battles going on for 2 of the podium spaces in the end, but just under 20 minutes to go. Gap got on to 7.5 seconds very nearly on that occasion. It's going to keep toing and froing from now until the end of the race, but is it just going down enough for Vandervelde to be able to get to Williams Esports? It's not just about getting up to the back of that car, let's not forget. He's got to be able to get there with enough time to actually make a realistic move. I think the fact that the Academy car is right behind the Vandervelde Sim Racing White car may well help them out here as well. Even if no move is actually made here, surely Ricci's just going to be getting in the mirrors, and they'll have to just double check just to make sure that nothing silly is happening behind them, and that may just put them off going quickly, which is what they need to do right now.
Yeah, that's what they need to do right now. Apply as major pressure they can actually apply. Now, it broke off a little bit because there were back markers in the way, but you can see Ricci's line very aggressive while we're still watching Viney having to cover off what Furuya is trying to do on the exit of turn number 10. Gap stabilized right about 7 seconds in between Arana and Kostowicz. I think Arana managed to find a little bit of an afterlife, but the problem is there's still the SimRC car that is right in front of them that can change the things for that number 2 car on the track with 18 minutes to go. So major develops can happen here, because not only this affects the P1 battle, Ewan, but if De Vries wants to play a little bit aggressive here, we can definitely see Ricci coming in, and it's basically, I don't know, find me something madness can ensue, because you have 2 battles for podium.
Yeah, quite possibly. It just, as you say, it just depends how aggressive SimRC are going to be. At the moment, we can't see that on our screens. Williams Esports trying to get through on the SimRC car, because it's not really a battle for position at all, is it? But the Ronin Simsport and the Ronin Academy car battle is, even though these 2 are also running line astern. They're teammates kind of getting on with each other and running a single file to make sure they can keep T3 Esports at bay, and it looks like they are going to be able to get that done to finish 6th and 7th respectively. Gaps hanging around 7 seconds for the lead, though. It was like this about 4 minutes ago. It's not coming down at all. This is starting to get a little bit desperate now for Vanderbilt. If they want to get this race win, they need to start closing in the gap, and at the moment it's not really closing down anywhere near as quickly as it needs to.
Yeah, I think Ricci's doing a really good job, applying pressure on Kostowicz and giving that a little bit of unpredictability, I would say, from a driver that is a back marker, but you don't know what he's going to do. You don't know if he's going to go for a dive to make you lose time, thing like that. Nefarious tactics, some would say, but it's racing, people. You have to manage to adapt to all these kind of situations, and gap is coming down 6.7 as now Arana is on the back wing out of that Lamborghini of SimRC.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just depends. I'm not entirely sure whether it's Vendaval who have been slowed up ever so slightly because of the pressure being applied to them, or whether Williams Esports Chilbus has just picked up the pace a little bit and started to apply the pressure in that way and string things out a little bit. I'm not entirely sure, but 6 seconds is now the margin. You see how quickly you can lose a second, possibly in traffic. There's the number 3 on the right hand. There's the Chilbus car on the right hand side of your screen, and they're looking to run away. It seems that they finally got through on SimRC, but that might have cost them that second we just saw them lose.
Yeah, because Arana actually got some runoff into Lucas De Vries, managed to overtake him at the hairpin, but gap coming down 6.3 seconds separate both cars, as I think Arana just had a little bit of a problem trying to make that overtake on the hairpin, and now it kind of bring them to status quo in terms of effective laps. But I don't know, I think that is going to widen because there was a GT4 car that was on the way of Kostowicz on the entry of the arena. That is the PCF car driven by Jan Michele Stola that broke them off a little bit, and gap widened to 6.7 now.
It does indeed. Came down a little bit, but I just don't think it's enough at this stage. 15 minutes to go. Nearly 10 laps, I would say, at this point. And with nearly 10 laps to go, I guess we're starting to get into desperate territory now. More than half a second a lap, 6, 7, 8 tenths a lap, really, if you want to get there and have a realistic chance of winning this one at the very end. This race starting to slip away from Vendaval, I feel, slightly.
Yeah, I think there is a minor glimpse of hope for Vendaval, because Arana still has to overtake a few other cars, and SimRC is looking feisty. He's not broken up from the William Chill Blast car. He's still within the draft range, as that might help a little bit to Kostowicz's chance right there, because it gives them a little bit of arrow and shared draft, shared arrow in between one car to another, and might wash the car out of Arana a little bit. So it's an interesting development, as we have right about 10 laps to go here on the track. Gap right about 6 seconds.
And it is just dipped below for the first time in a very long time in this race, but how remarkable is it that after nearly 12 hours of racing at Hockenheim, with this amount of cars, this amount of traffic, this amount of variables throughout the race, and the strategic elements we've talked about all throughout the day, that the GT3 and overall class is going to come right down to the wire, under 10 seconds certainly, and what a remarkable race it has been. It looks like these two are going to be the only ones on the lead lap by the end of it, but my goodness, as they put on a show, it's going to be so close. Nail biter right towards the very end, about 5.5 seconds now.
And the thing that Kostowicz doesn't have to worry about is actually the Williams Academy car, because it is kind of far from him. Last lap for Ricci at 39.5, so the gap has built up between the sister car of Williams and the Vendaval car, so he can actually use as much track as he can get. He got clear air, so he doesn't have to be concerned one bit here, even as you can see already on the frame on the exit out of the hairpin. That is the Vendaval car looming large. Gap right about 5.5 seconds separating the leader car and Vendaval, and that SimRC still not out of the picture.
Starting to apply pressure of its own, even though it's of a different kind, because it's not the same situation for us to Vendaval, but Vendaval have now dropped sort of. That was a big run through the gravel there on the left-hand side. Big pickup of dirt as well. 5 seconds. Starting to feel the pressure around a little bit. Kostowicz has dropped. It looks like Ricci in this one in the Williams Esports car just a little bit, and so he's got his own breathing space right now. He's making his own pace, not having to look in the mirrors as much. Under 5 seconds now with 11.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I was just looking. Kostowicz basically using the full run on the runoff for the last turn, maximizing track limits. And again, I cannot do this kind of stuff. Last lap is 37.6. 0.08 of a second shredded by Kostowicz on the last lap again. It's something impressive here to pick up the pace in the final laps. If I have to do calculations like this now on the fly, as we have about 11 minutes to go, we could definitely see Kostowicz within the draft range out of the Chill Blast car with less than, basically I would say in the second to last lap of the race, if I have to do mathematics correctly.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, very wide from that Porsche going through that turn, but now finally Arana has just got rid of De Vries in behind him in that Sim RC car, so that was important as well. No pressure for either of these front two right now from the GT3s in behind. So Vendevel might struggle to get through on Sim RC, and that might just halt them for a moment. Might be the difference between winning and losing here. Just over 10 minutes to go. I think at the line there's going to be 6 or 7 laps to go based on the very rough calculation I just did in my head.
Yeah, and you can see Kostowicz clear himself off on the inside of the number 420 car of Herzog Motorsport. Gap widened a little bit to 4.6. You can see now Arana gonna round out the lap. 10 minutes to go here in the 12 hours of Hockenheimring. I'm Lorenzo Bondra. I am with you and O'Leary on the commentary booth. On the cameras is Hugo Luis providing the coverage for you guys. So it's going to be a nail-biting 10 minutes in this race. Gap around 4.5 seconds separating Williams and Vendevel, but Vendevel putting the max attack effort. Gap has kind of stabilized between the 4.5 seconds, but the advantage on lap 4.4 of a second shredded by Kostowicz on the last lap.
Yeah, he did indeed. Down to the hairpin again. A bit more traffic to get involved with, but under 4 seconds for the first time. It's been a nail-biting last 20 minutes really, but the final 10 are really going to be where you get to your actual fingers in a minute, because it's very, very close indeed. And who is going to come out on top? What is the aggression going to be like between these two? How's the battling going to be between these two, if indeed it does come to that right towards the very end? They've got a Hockenheim 12-hour win on the line here in the Creventic Endurance Series. How hard are they going to fight for this one? What lengths are they going to go to take a victory? That's all interesting to find out and wait and see in the next few rounds.
He gets blocked off.
Yeah, he did.
It's blocked up by the USPR. Yeah, that's the one thing you really didn't want to have. Sorry, Ewan. That's the one thing you really don't want to have with the 8 minutes to go here on the track. Gap stabilized once again to about 4.5 seconds. He's going to have to reset it all over again, but with so little time left in this running, I don't think this is the thing you really want to have towards a lot of portion of the race. But now Arana, you can see there's a whole lot of cars on traffic, and we know Arana, he's not going to wait one bit. Tries that dive down on the inside of that is the Race Fox. I think that is the leading GT4 car in this race. You're going to see him clearing himself off the track, and now he has 2 cars overtake right ahead of him. First one done, and then the Muta Motorsport Gold car, I think, right in front of him, that he actually has to clear off on the hairpin.
Oh, it's going to be a dive. It's going to have to be, and it's not an outrageous dive bomb by any stretch of the imagination. Actually, it was a pretty good one, and into the next corner. At turn 8, he's not going to get the next TCR car, is he? He's going to get stuck behind, but let's not forget Vendevel have got to negotiate the same traffic. Is there going to be a dive here again? Yes, there is, and it's paid off again. Oh, it looks like Vendevel have been able to get through on a couple of those guys. Okay, but they really might get caught up in the final sector. You mentioned last time around that in the final sector, Vendevel really didn't get the best luck with the traffic, but to be fair to Kostowicz, he dealt he played a bad hand very, very well there, negotiated a very, very rough deal in the traffic really quite well in the end, and he minimised his losses. Just over 4 seconds. He's going to need a bit of luck in traffic, and he's not getting it right now.
No, he's not getting it right now as he gets blocked off by Sunshine Autos on the entry at the second to last turn. Around, I guess, bullies the throw. I think that is a frozen speed, full sent car around on turn number 1 to clear himself off, and you can see Arana on the max attack. Gap again increased to 4.4 seconds because of Coswick getting some issues on the final running of the final sector. So I think this could be the key for the race, as traffic management, even though aggressive for Arana, might actually be what he's doing to get that win.
Quite possibly. We've got 4 laps to go, including this one. The gap's over 4 seconds. It's going to need to come down in a dramatic way for there to be a fight for this victory. Oh, that's not what he needed, though. Look at that. The Williams Esports Chill Blast car, that Porsche and Audi in front of them will have slowed him up ever so slightly there.
There he goes on the dive, but there is another car that is right in front of him. Just want to check who's that car. Oh, gets blocked off.
Oh.
No!
Oh, he's got into contact. Wow.
Who was that? I just want to say that is Daniel McCullough actually got out of the track. That is the iRacing staff red car. That actually could be enough for him to get an instant point as he actually blinks the car on another TCR. Just let's look on the replay. A little bit of confusion out of the cars on track, and that is unfortunate for Daniel McCullough. And somehow, some way, they're not coming into pit lane, but that will bring Kostovic closer. Now 2 seconds separate Kostovic from getting within the draft range of Arana. We have about 5 minutes left, so that is effectively 3 laps to go here in this race, Ewan. And the thing that can benefit here is that SimRC car can act as a hair for Kostovic, as he's gonna get within the draft range of the SimRC car on the backstreet, the Parabolica, and get within the draft range and attacking range out of that car from Arana in the hairpin.
I said Vendaval needed a bit of luck in traffic. That's exactly the kind of luck in traffic they were looking for. And
SimRC
they
let him
looked out in the end. They did indeed. SimRC now behind Vendavel. There are no cars separating 1 and 2 in this race. There is only 2.5 laps separating Williams Esports Chill Blast and a Hockenheim 12-hour victory. But have they got enough of a buffer over Vendavel? Sim Racing, they've been charged down over the last 25 minutes. They've done very, very well to kind of stop that going so badly in the Vendavel's favour, and just make sure that they have a little bit of a margin. But that one little trip up in traffic there, one little miscommunication, a lot of that margin has gone down. Their 4-second lead was halved. Now it's just back down to over 1 second with 2 laps to go at the line. It looks like he's going to come down to the very final lap.
And remember when I said second to last lap he would be in the drafting range? Call me Nostradamus, people. Here we go, 2 laps to go, 1 second range between Kostovic and Arana. So Kostovic now on the drafting range out of the Lamborghini, out of the number 2, as they come into lap number 1. Second to last lap, there is a car right in front of them, but they are far behind. That is the Impulse 122. That is the P2 in the TCRs that will be right in front of Arana whenever he comes out of the turn number 2 and 3 and 4. So he's going to use that TCR as the draft range a little bit, but Kostovic is putting that work. Now you can see that Kostovic is going to gain on that car a little bit, going to use the TCR as a draft, and I do not think for a second he's going to be conservative on the hairpin.
No, absolutely not. He's going to get through before the hairpin. So they are once again nose to tail right now, right on the side of his screen, on board with Vendavel. We've got a couple of GT4 cars that may play a factor, may play a role in this final scene of this dramatic show. Have we got 1 lap to go at the line, or have we got 2 minutes and a half remaining on the clock? It's going to be very, very close actually, whether we get 1 or 2 more laps. Vendavel will be hoping for 2.
And Vendavel will be hoping for 2 laps over here. If they actually cross with about 140, and this is what I kind of expect, they might cross with 140, so we could actually see 2 laps here to go at the Hockenheim circuit. as they round out of the Mercedes arena.
Oh.
A little bit of wobbly for Arana on the entry on Mercedes arena. Here we go. Koswick's now gap between them. 0.3 of a second between the driver from Vetteval and Arana. They're gonna run out the second to last curve, going to Peta. Wide line for Arana, getting that off track. And now here we go. That is 150. So 2 laps to go here effectively at the track, and this is gonna come as a nail biter because here comes turn number 1. There is one GT4 right ahead of him. That's just watch for horse support. That will kind of block off Arana on the run out of the turn number 2. And both cars will dive on the inside, but Roche just taking the wider line, just letting them go through and decided on the parabolica here now. What does Kostovic do to try to make that overtake on Arana? Because we know he's not going to play conservative over here, and there are 2 cars that will separate them going to the hairpin. And now Kostovic's on the outside, Arana on the inside. Both covering off. There's a little bit of a later braking for Kosovic's on the outside, still side by side outside of the hairpin. Arana has a little bit of a room, but the better exit goes to Kosovic. They will do it out on the kick, heading to turn number 9. There is still a little bit of overlap for Kosovic to make the move, but there's a little bit of later braking. Gets wiggly on the exit of turn number 9, going to number 10, and Kosovic will take the lead with 2 to go.
Wow, he's got the move done. The outside line for the hairpin, it ends up paying off because the inside line for turn 8 is all that he needed, and he gets into the lead. Now, is there going to be any reply from Williams Esports here? A little bit wide into the gravel for Arana on that occasion. Is that the last line being written before our eyes, or has this story got another chapter just for the moment? It looks like the Vendevo car has definitely got the speed here, but the slipstream, the draft might just help Williams Esports back into this one. 1 more lap to go. This is the very final lap of the race. Vendevo in control and nearly have a second on Williams Esports already.
Yeah, nearly a full second. More than 4 car lengths separate right now Kosovic and Arana. Now all Arana needs to do, he needs to be aggressive. If he really wants to gun for a win, he needs to be aggressive right now. As they get a turn out of turn number 4, Kosovic has about a full second on Arana. So if the Chill Blast driver has something left in the tank, he has to use it now. But I don't think, if we're talking about incidents here, even I don't think he has enough to actually try to go for anything whatsoever in terms of overtakes. I think Kosovic might have this one in the bag as they go turn out the hairpin on turn number 6. They're gonna go pick up turn number 7, then go into the Mercedes turn of 8, 9, and 10. But Kostovic might have this one in the bag. Gap over a second right now. 1.4 separates the Vendeval to the Alexander Arana Chill Blast Williams car. Turn 10 actually done for Kostovic over here. He comes into the arena, all clear, all by himself, no trouble whatsoever. Arana cannot contend on this lap. Gets around the arena curve on the Sex cut of turn number 12. Only 4 corners to go. 2 corners to go now for Kosovic. What a drive coming from all the way back. Didn't think to actually come away with the win. There's the Team RSO car sitting right in the middle of him, but the victory will go to Vendeval Sim Racing White.
Wow, what a great race. What an end to that race. And what a really, really close margin towards the end. Commiserations to Williams Esports. Their driving, fortunately, was just not good enough in the end in terms of the pace. They didn't quite have it in the final stint. They didn't quite have good enough pace in the very final stint, and that's all it came down to. The margins in this race have been so fine, and it's just unbelievable how we've seen it finish. The lead change for the very final time on the very final 2 laps. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, incredible stuff here as well. The Williams Esports Shield Blast car will come in 3rd place. You guys can see now the Race Fox just finishing with the sister team, or the big brother team, the GT3s, winning the GT4 category. In the TCRs will be a 1-2 for Impulse Racing as Martin Ashed is coming into the arena. Has a full lap on the 122 car, which I think already done his lap, so he already finished up. So the last car, the last leader of the classes to come in is the Impulse 222 car. So 2 corners to go already celebrating. You can see the car weaving a little bit in celebration, but the Germans will win in their home track in the TCRs.
Yeah, great race from those guys as well. It wasn't as close as we were maybe hoping for in GT4 or TCR, but we didn't need it in the end. There was plenty of action going on throughout the race, and a fantastic ending to that one as well. Within the very final 2 minutes, the lead changing for the final time, and just over a second of a margin between these two cars on your screen right now. Williams and Vandervelde battling it out right to the very end, and here's the winning move.
Yeah, you can see the winning move done on the hairpin. You can see Kosovic going on the outside. Arana trying to cover as best he can on the inside. There's a little bit of an overlap separating for the both of them. Arana gave the room on the outside, but you can see the tires just working for the Vandervelde car. You can see him getting a really good run, going on the kink. You're going to see now coming side by side. Arana tried to break in late, but the grip that was given on the car by Kosovic, you can see nearly getting close to one another. But then the move was sealed. Kosovic just gets out the better run on the inside line, and then Arana just a passenger of disaster here on the German track, as we have the results here with Spencer Kosovic winning this race with 1.7 seconds on Alexander Arana in the Williams Esports Shield Blast car. Third goes for Lucas De Vries in Team RC. Michele Ricci in the Williams Esports Academy car finishes fourth. Sasha Engelhardt racing for Team Race Fox, really good outing out of the Team Race Fox P5. Relay Sim Racing is in sixth. Ronin Simsport and in the Academy team finishing P7 and 8. Ninth goes to the T3 Esports driven by Jens Holman, and then rounding out the top 10 of the GT3s is the Volante Racing blue car, and then you have Junkos Racing Esports green car finishing in P11. That's the last car that was in the running. On the other, you can see Team Keckline, Impulse Racing, Alpha Esports, Kilometro Zelos, Transaveja, and Boots, Five Mentos, and Pure Sims, the cars that actually did not finish this race, finishing several laps back in the GT3s. Fast lap driven by Arana, but now you have the GT4s here for you, Ewan.
Yeah, Team Race Fox ended up winning it by 54 seconds ahead of Geodesic Racing and the 1-4-2. And Michael Yanni driving the Fiercely Forward car to a third position ahead of Team RSO, who ended up finishing in fourth. Christian Pereira finishing off the 92 car to finish in fifth. Henrik Weber and Francisco Jose Romero rounding out an all Porsche top 7. The first McLaren comes in P8 for Mulner Motorsport Green in their number 17 car. Loosen Up Racing and Porsche Sport with their late issue rounding out the top 10. And then a few different manufacturers involved in the bottom half, I'm afraid. iRacing Stafford, we saw that spin a little bit late on. That came in 11th ahead of PCF Racing Black in 12th. Then Herzog Motorsport and Virtual Drivers by TX3, the final drivers to actually finish this race. And then non-finishers, the only BMW on the field here today in the GT4 category: Sunshine Autos, Prism Sim Racing, Beta Volante Racing and Treg Esports, all retiring from the race.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed, but let's go for the results in the TCRs. As I was saying, 1-2 for Martina Schert and also Christopher Ems in the Impulse Racing, the 222 car finishing with one lap in the entire field, with the 122 finishing second. Junkos Racing Esports White actually managing to hold Lars Boll in the Frozen Speed Full Send Racing 185 car that is in fourth place, but that was a really good recovery drive from them, getting from all the way back, losing one lap, then clawing themselves back into fourth place, getting a top 5. That is really good for them. Sunshine Autos is in fifth with the 606 car. Muda Motorsport Gold getting really good results in sixth. You can see Paul Smith in the Team Med car getting 7th place. Apex Racing Academy, despite disconnect, gets P8. Jose Rodriguez and the Error 41 SRT in 9th, and running out the top 10 of the TCRs is the Simtech TCR. Kazuya Ogata in the Wasabi Racing Technology is the last out of the running cars here on the field, because Mikael Garcia and the Fiercely Forced IRS couldn't finish this race, unfortunately. And this is our results, full results here on the track. And what a race! What a race, we can actually say. We had a few attrition at the beginning, but the end paid off for us.
Yeah, we had a lot of attrition at the start. And it was very, very chaotic indeed, but it was very much worth it because the racing we got towards the end was absolutely fantastic between Williams and Vandervelde. 1.7 seconds after 12 hours. It's just incredible. 1.7 seconds after such a long amount of time. Fully deserved victory for Vandervelde. And yeah, a very, very enjoyable race for us to watch as spectators as well. Probably thoroughly enjoyed it.
Indeed, and again, great race. Remembering, we actually gonna take a little bit of a break in terms of the championship. We're not gonna come anytime soon. Next time by, we're gonna be here. We'll be in about 2 months roughly. It's the next time. The next round is in the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, the Grand Prix layout. As we have an interview here, we have the winner in the TCRs. That's Martin Aschert. Let's bring him into the broadcast booth. And Martin, can you hear us? Martin?
I can't hear you in TeamSpeak, but I can hear you in the stream. So if you give me 1 little second.
It's okay, we'll wait. As we're still trying to see if we're actually going to get more drivers to get interviewed, but Martin Aschert just waiting on him to actually get cleared off by us. And again, remembering we're back to Catalunya. The next event, endurance event we're actually going to cover, though, is the 24 Hours of Spa in partnership. All right, can you hear us now, Martin? All right, we're going to actually try to take a little, let's see, we're going to actually get him away. Let's see if, Ewan, can you see if we can actually help out our Martin before we wrap up our broadcast here, but it's going to be really interesting nevertheless to see what the Catalunya track holds for us here on the track. And it's going to be an interesting race nevertheless. Do you think it's going to be more attrition than what Hockenheim brought to us?
Yeah, absolutely. I thoroughly enjoyed it. As I mentioned at the start, I really enjoy Creventic Series racing. It translates to iRacing very well. I very much enjoyed it. Yeah, I hope I can. If I won't be in the commentary box, then I'll definitely be popping in to have a little watch of the Barcelona race because it's a fantastic circuit as well. A circuit really synonymous with Creventic Series racing. They have the 24 hours there year after year. And it's a circuit of racing worked really well around there, especially for multi-class in this kind of category. So yeah, looking forward to that one. But let's have another try with our interview now, Lorenzo.
Yeah, let's push him. Let's bring once again Martin into the broadcast. Martin, can you hear us one more time?
I think I can hear you now.
All right,
it was a struggle. Maybe it's tiring because of this 12 hours. I don't know.
It's okay. Martin, first and foremost, what you guys pulled off today in terms of impulse, getting 1-2 in the track. I think Timo is going to be very pleased with the result. I knowing Timo Hayden. But talk about this race. And there was some attrition at the TCRs right there, but you guys managed to pull it off at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was a tough one, especially the traffic. There was a lot happening, and we had a lot of incidents. I think I saw 6 cars in front of me spinning. We had the big one in the beginning, and it was, yeah, in the end, I think we came out on top. Unlucky for Full Send, who got a bit of a glitchy thing in the first pit stop, losing a lap. But in the end, looking at our pace, I think we definitely could have won, and either way happening. So and a 1-2, yeah, that's just amazing. Timo will be happy for sure.
The team will be happy. And I really want to ask this because we were talking about with Paul earlier in the broadcast. He was driving the Team Ed car. How many changes on the tires did you guys have to do on the rear tires, not on the front ones, because you guys have to change the front ones constantly? But how many tire changes you had to do on the rears? Because they basically waste nothing.
Yeah, so with these races, Hockenheim is fairly straight. You just box to full service every time because the fuel and the tires go the same time. So the fuel takes longer than the tire, so you just change everything every box. So it's not that interesting, so to say. It's just box and do everything, and you drive again.
All right, so basically you guys went for full service. No.
Yeah.
All right, fair point. And moving forward, you guys really good result. But what do you guys expect out of Catalunya? Do you guys expect something similar than what we saw over here? Because it is a little bit of a wider track, but that third sector, I think it is. We can definitely say it's basically similar to what Hockenheim brings in terms of attrition.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be interesting to. You guys should definitely keep an eye out on that chicane in Sector 3 because it's gonna be chaos. We drove the 24-hour series Barca, and we already felt there how difficult the traffic is there as well. Maybe even more difficult than Hockenheim when there's a lot of sending of GT3s also today. So it's gonna be interesting and. Who knows, strategy-wise, there's also something up. The tire wear is insane on that track. I don't know how the iRacing fix of the thread of the inside of the tire works there, so I think it's going to be interesting.
Fair point. And before we let you go, Martin, anybody you want to say any thanks from the Impulse Racing or anybody watching at home?
Of course, thanks to all the guys in the team. We worked very hard to get the setup straight for this one, and actually wanted to use it as a test, so to come out in 1-2, it's amazing. A couple of sponsors, Winfin, our brand for clothing, Sim Racing Cockpit, and last but not least, Whitehair, who makes amazing drawings. Make sure to check him out at whitehair.com. Fun to say that Shorty, his nickname Chris Short, it was his first endurance for Impulse. He just joined and he put in amazing work today, so very proud of him as well. So
Fair point and fair game. Martin, again, congratulations on the team result. Knowing Impulse, knowing the guys, you guys have been really open, really friendly to everybody. Can't wait what you guys will do actually in Catalonia in 2 months.
Me as well, man. Thanks for the podcast and all your guys' work. Cheers.
Cheers, Martin. And that was Martin Eschert, and winner in the TCR field, the one representing the Impulse Racing. And again, coming to Catalonia, a whole different track. He basically hit the nail on the head. Way more rubber than we normally expect to see in the German track, but can provide great racing nevertheless.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Hockenheim circuit, not knocking it or anything, because I think it's a decent circuit. Not one of my all-time favourites, but it's a decent circuit. Hockenheim. It's a little bit stop-start. There's a straight, a little bit might be curved, but there's a straight, and then braking zone. Not too many high-speed corners. You got the Mobile 1 curve, and that is sort of a high-speed corner, but not really very many. At the Catalunya, it is almost exclusively high-speed corners, at the very least medium speed, until you get to the very final sector. So it is going to be a totally different ball game when we do get to Catalunya. Still a couple of months away, though. A couple of months and 1 day, exactly. Well, it is for me. It's still yesterday for you, Lorenzo. I'm speaking to you from the future. But yeah, Barcelona in a couple of months' time. Anyway, I'm very much looking forward to it. Although it will be a different challenge, as we've mentioned.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, nevertheless. Well, with that being said, I think we can bid our farewells. Ewan, again, been a pleasure to commentate with you once again, and. In the name of RaceBot, I am Lorenzo Bonder. I've been with Ewan O'Leary. I want to say thank you for our other commentators, Paul Smith, Samuel Aurora, Stefan Schlaka. So, for putting the work, Hugo Luis for putting the cameras. Those cameras were provided by Isam Van Ballo and Track Cams 22, and also additional car cameras provided by our own producer Tyler Maxon. We'll be seeing you in the Creventic Endurance Series August 28th in about 2 months. But our next endurance race is the Spot 24 powered by VCO with the radio show limited in personnel. So for now, we bid you farewell, good night, and goodbye.